My brother Josh in the building. You know, peace, peace.
Peace, peace.
I was like, what? They going in?
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah, the first space got ended,
Yeah,
man.
first base guy. And we
oh,
was
for
starting
real?
to build up. Yo, so family, share it out.
Mhm.
Let's get it back packed, please. I know how people do. Somebody probably done started their own room by now to try to cry and whine about it. But hold on. Go ahead, sister.
Sister Sean.
Sister Sean, what you got? I wanted to ask that. I wanted to ask that. Did she? And before you go, sister, did that lady that was speaking ever say that she was like an indigenous person?
It was in her
It
profile.
was. So how did she get her name
Yep.
LaShawn? That's not an indigenous name. I always want to ask them people
I
that.
don't.
Ah, that's funny. That's exactly what I was. Sister Sean, I try to be very respectful. I'm actually kind of, maybe some other people, I say this, we not used to like the Twitter space and the way that I'm used to handling conversations. You usually request respectfully to speak. That's just my discipline. And I wait for my name to be called. I don't speak until my name is called. So that kind of helps me out in other people. That's just my own protocol. But you did call my name out, and so I would like permission to
You
speak.
got the floor, sister. Do your thing.
Okay. So here is my, and I couldn't answer the call because I was too busy tweeting. Because I tweeted out the conference real quick, and hopefully some more people will come in. But I just have to take my time with this. And here's how I handle things. Um, First of all, I'm just very very happy to almost rediscover myself. I call myself now, I'm on the Freedman train. I understand who I am here in America, but I also have an understanding of who I am from Africa. Okay. So I'm fortunate to have both understandings, and I'm fortunate to understand what is my priority. My priority is that I'm here in the United States. And my priority is, and what I want the other listeners to understand, is that this is where the war is. The war is where your feet is. And right now, all of our legislative classifications that we can win this war is based on freedmen. Okay? It's not corporations. A corporation is not going to win this war. So I'm not really into all of that. I kind of, got a little bit of understanding of that, but I can't get all off into the corporations argument. But here's what I want to say, and here's what I tell my people. Okay, I ask them two questions. This is how I break them down. I say, if you have an English last name, okay, and you don't speak your native language or tongue, then you have either been two things: oppressed or stolen. Simple. And if you translate that, we are in this system, this American system, and that translates into either you're native or freedman, period. So nobody can, and usually when I say that, it shuts them up because I don't want to hear nothing about nothing. If you're holding an English last name and if you cannot speak your native tongue, then you are oppressed and you should be fighting under this system. Okay? And under
Talk
this
to him
system,
now.
we're only two things: we're only native or freedmen. All these other alphabets, now we got a whole bunch of extra alphabets out there. We already dealing with that whole set of alphabets that we know all too well. But we've actually created a second set of alphabets that I believe are divisive. And see, and if they understand from a freedman standpoint, we have full understanding to the sister who was talking about the corporations and all that. I would like her to understand that we have multiple lineages. We understand that. Some were already here, some came by boats. But in this war, and what we're trying to do right here, right now, and focus in this system, in this government, we're freedmen. That is our classification. And we need to rally behind that classification, but we are not in disagreement because we understand that we came from different pathways, such as because I got my lineage done. I come from the only Spanish speaking island off of Africa. A lot of people don't know that there's only one Spanish speaking island called Malabo. And the only reason why I got that is because I got my 93-year-old grandmother, and she's still alive, and I went on and got her DNA before she goes to glory. Okay? So what we need to really understand is that, and this is, I think, part of education. See, when you call yourself a freedman, it debunks all of the alphabets. It's a unifying term. It is a unifying term. And I would like all of our brothers and sisters on this call to understand that, okay? Because that way we won't get caught up in corporations and alphabets. Because once you understand that the freedman is the umbrella, the freedman incorporates us all, okay? So that is what I really want to get across to the community. And I know, I have my own little, slogans, but I'm very, very motivated behind this understanding and learning because there's been a lot of hidden history. Okay. So now we know, and we know how we can fight them. We are not trying to debunk your individual history. Nobody is trying to do that. What we're trying to do is win.
Facts.
Okay. So we don't need everybody. We respect all lineages. See, that is the power of freedmen. That's why I call it freedmen. That is the power of it. It's the power of the term in itself. It is the freedman freedom train. Okay?
That's what it is.
You can't come, you're not going to come talk nothing to me. If I'm going to ask you 2 questions, I'm going to take you back. What is your last name? And
That's
do
right.
you speak your native tongue?
That's right.
And if you cannot do that, you need to just sit down.
Now, sister, let me jump in 1 second, right? I want to break something down, right? And this may be new info. It's going to be new information and a new concept for most of you. And I want y'all to really understand this thing because the way we have been trained to think about the phrase and the term Native American has been all wrong. It's also, an abrasion of the mind. And so I'm going to break something down. America, right? So you have the continental Americas, right? North, South, Central America, you understand? Right? Those are not governments and those are not nationalities, right? So these people are native to their country. So America as a continent, mute your mic out for me, sister. I got a little background noise. So people who are, I got you. Yeah. And so people who are native, they're native to their, not the land, because that would make everybody the same. I'm native to land. No, when the first Europeans came over here, it's documented that there were over 500 nations, right, of pre-existing governments, right? These people are nations, right? So they're native to their own belonging, their own governmental body, their own body politic. The Cherokees are native to the Cherokee Nation. The Chickasaws are native to the Chickasaw Nation. You understand? They may be indigenous to this landmass, but that's just their origin and that could, that's one thing. But when we talk about America as a nation, you understand, they're not native to that. We are. If your national right history as a nation of people, so when we created, those early foundational Americans created the United States of America by warfare. You understand? By revolution and warfare. And that was our ancestors and these Anglo-European ancestors fighting to create a new government. And so the first citizens of that government are the only Native Americans, because none of the indigenous nations were called America, and none of them referred to themselves as Americans. You understand? They had their own national titles. They had their own, it doesn't matter what they refer to today to try to get political juice and try to squeeze some political juice out of some affiliation with something. What were you always called? You understand? You never was America. We created America through bloodshed and warfare, right? We have ancestors who ratified the Constitution of America, and you can go and read Chief Justice Curtis writings on it. You can read Abraham Lincoln's writings on it, and there's a lot of other early scholars who wrote about the brothers and sisters, our ancestors who helped ratify the Constitution in New Hampshire and in Virginia and places like that, right? And so we were the foundation of the very creation of the Republic. That's a native. That's a native. I'm not talking about native to the soil. Unless you bud up out of the ground like trees, I don't know how one is native to the soil, where the whole world is mankind's home, right? But the man institute governments. You understand? We institute governments, and that's what you're native to. We have tribe affiliations, we have clan affiliations, we have family affiliations, right? We have country and countrymen. You understand? Civilized people institute government, and we are native to this government, right? And so they are not, and I don't recognize them as Native Americans. I don't care what they call themselves. We are the Native Americans because we are the ones at the very foundation of the formation of the Republic of the United States of America. That's us. We did that. You understand? No one else did that. They were fighting again. They were at war. They were at open warfare with America, right? And America was at open warfare with their nations. You understand? That's why we have, if they're Native Americans, how do they have treaties with the United States of America? How does America have treaties with itself, right? We didn't even create a treaty with the secessionists because we didn't honor them as a separate nation. But we recognize them Choctaw, them Chickasaw, them Creeks, them Cherokees, right? We recognize them as different nations. Why? Because that's what they were. They were not Americans. They weren't Americans then, and they're not Americans today. We are Americans. And the ancestors of ours, our cousins, aunties, and uncles that were sold to those nations, right? They're freedmen by way of U.S. treaty. United States treaties created a freedman status to enforce on those nations to give our people some liberty in their countries because their Indian slave masters did not want to give them no freedom. You understand? You have the Indian Citizenship Act, right? Which comes in like the 60s or something, right? So how are you a native if you didn't get no American citizenship until the 60s? I don't even understand how you do that. How are you a Native American in the only country in America, in the United States, right? It was like, so we have it, it's like in the 20s. And my brother is correcting me. Correct me in real time, brother, if I'm getting the dates off, because I remember what they did in the 60s when they had Muhammad Ali and all the black entertainers working with them. So I think they might have reneged on it in the 20s because they had to fight back for it again in the 60s.
It was 1924. 1924, the Indian Citizenship Act. Congress granted citizenship to all Native Americans born within the United States. And so those people didn't become citizens of the United States until 1924. Prior to that, they were dealt with completely as dependent nations, right? Federally dependent nations, but they had treaty relationships with the United States.
Yeah. And so, we can go on and on about that, but we really have to go in. I want to pass it around. Sister, we will come back to you. I see your hands back up, but Mr. Engaging Black Freedman, what you got?
I'm gonna just go off the rip. Both of my family members are freedmen on both sides. Both of my ancestors picked cotton. And the reason why I say that in these spaces, because that is the direction, the perspective that I'm speaking from. So when I hear other people coming in our spaces, speaking on other things that could muddy up the water of the conversation, I would like to know who are you through and through? Like, where's your perspective, honestly, before you even speak or about our justice claim or anything that's dealing with Black people or freedmen issues in America. I just find it just as a pet peeve of mine. And I'm sorry to unload like that, but I'm just keeping it above water. And I do hear when people talk about native, the only thing that we're native is native. We're the foundational people who built America. That's what we're native to.
That's right.
Like no other people are native to that situation but us. So like when I hear anybody try to confuse that, try to change that, try to negate that, especially when Native Americans specifically kicked Black people off the scroll, why are you here? Why are you in this space? Why are you talking? And why are we giving them a mic? And that's where they ain't built no train tracks. They were out here getting cozy with the white man. Like let's be real with this. Like let's really be real with this. And the reason why I go so hard is because I live right up the street from a reservation, and they play Black folks still to this day when they have discrimination issues. So this is why I have this type of smoke and fire for certain individuals and certain people, because they shouldn't be speaking on these spaces. Only freedmen. Freedmen only. Freedmen
and check it out, bro. In the Freedmen connection, right? Not only did they do that, but they were deeply invested in the slave institution. And when America split in the Civil War, all of them went and fought with the Confederates. You understand? They fought with the Confederates. Then they always want to cry. They want to cry about the Trail of Tears. And in school and in everywhere they teach you about the Trail of Tears, they don't tell you about the thousands and thousands of our ancestors that they took with them, forced with them, boxed them up, shipped them, and made them rebuild their civilizations, mainly in Oklahoma. They don't tell you about that. They drug our people to the reservations in the new Western Territory in chains. And you understand? They don't talk. So whenever you heard the Trail of Tears, they always sing that sad song about the poor little Indians. But they don't tell you about our uncle and our aunties and their great-grandparents that they took with them and drugged down there to Oklahoma to build their entire civilizations out there. They don't talk about that. You understand? So, yeah, we got to understand what's really going on here. And we got to understand that people still have self-hatred. And someone taught you to hate yourself and to hate your heritage. And that because you got slavery in there, you can't see that as a triumphant story. You're ashamed of it. You got shame. You're ashamed of it. You don't get to understand it. Yeah, who taught you? Who taught you to hate yourself? Yeah. Who taught you was an Indian?
You were a Native American.
Yeah.
Who taught you that you were an Aboriginal Indigenous?
Yeah, who told you that? Who taught? And go grab those teeth, because I like my co-host Nyhiem. I don't believe you when you say your grandmother taught you that. Bring Big Mama up on the stage and let her tell her story. I don't believe that. And there ain't no way that every one of your ancestors ain't never been nowhere but over here in the Western Hemisphere. I don't believe it. I don't believe that. And you look like me, and you got names like Tyrone and Frank and Benjamin and Carly and Sheila and Kelly and Mark. Them ain't no indigenous names. Brian. And your last names like Culpepper and Williams. Come on now.
I used to be like, what's your names? Big Chief Buffalo Wings?
Yeah, they don't have those, man. Well, yeah, but you know, and that's, you know, I don't want to disrespect them like that, but I just want them to understand something. I got you, but still, even them, I just want them to understand, right? I know they're already emotional and they won't even take those as good jabs of fun. I just really want them to understand the silliness and the foolishness that they're walking in. You know what I'm saying? That's not real, family. You have to really think, and they don't look. To me, it just looks crazy, right? For you to be running around, your name's Benjamin Williams, but you're talking about you're indigenous. How, brother? And then not only that, they take another crazy position and they say that slavery and the slave trade never happened. How did you become Benjamin Williams?
Or that it happened in reverse.
Okay, and if it happened in reverse, why are you here and not over there? Why are you not over there? Why are you not tweeting me from the UK or from Africa? Come on. It doesn't make no sense. Sister Ross, what you got?
Hey, Brother Logic and brothers from BTPOWER. I just wanted to let Sister Sean go first because her hand had been up for a while, and I would like to come in after the sister.
Well, we only skipped her because she spoke once already. I wanted to give you an opportunity to speak once before I go back to her. Do you
Okay,
still
all
want
right.
to pass it on?
Sister Sean, I'm not going to be long. I just wanted to say greetings to everybody that's on the space. Thank you for having it and calling us back in after the technical glitch. I just wanted to just say before all that went out, and I wanted everybody to make sure that you, like we had said as teachers, put your listening ears on and listen to the people who are speaking and what they're saying. Because I was listening and I never heard anyone in the first segment say that we're all a monolith, we're all alike. I don't know even where that came from. It sounded like a pre-planned agenda that walked in that door. No one made that statement. That was just created to say, that's just like you saying, well, she's talking about vegetarian meals. I never mentioned that, right? So people just throwing in the salad what they want to talk about in order to have that kind of relevancy. And it didn't make sense to me because no one said we're a monolith. No one mentioned that. It wasn't even hinted at. No one said because somebody's somebody's ancestor or lineage goes back to 1600 or whatever the case, and somebody else's goes to 1700, that they're the same. They said simply that we're the freedmen, and I'm a freedman on both sides. I can trace my ancestry back to the 1700s on my own without a genealogist at this point, and on my mom's side up until the early 1800s. I'm a freedman. So I would like for people, and like it says, identify confusion. It's not add to confusion. It's to find out what it is. So I think we've done a bit of the identifying of the confusion. This is a nation, and I thank you, Logic, for being able to clear that up, because there are various nations that existed within the United States, and there are various so-called Indian nations or Native American, or however you want to call it. And some of these nations are actually receiving their reparations monthly. I just heard that there is a tribe that has various members that are receiving $50,000 a month. Another relative of mine knows other nations that are in Missouri that are receiving $20,000 per member per month. Another one is $12,000 per member per month. So we're sitting here trying to pull up information that we don't have exact proof of. I think most of us in here are about the proof, but at the same time, we're sitting here getting clobbered. If you're not a freedman, like the brother said, then why are you here? Like Sister Sean said, if you're not talking freedman business, then why are you in a freedman space? You're in a freedman space talking about everything else. So I apologize. I'll land my plane right there on those questions,
Powerful.
and that's it.
Powerful.
Yo, she indirectly said something about co-signing what I said, and I definitely want to elaborate more onto that, please, if you can. With that being said, like, I really think that anybody that speak, we need to identify ourselves as a freedman first. End of story. And if you're not a freedman first, you're welcome to see the door. And I think that we need to be enforcing it and making it hard for people. When I see other spaces or other ethnicity group, you can't just get up to the stage without somebody bumping you, knocking something. Those are spies. Yeah, they make it difficult. Yep. So why are we making it easier for other people to get in our spaces? This is spies in the space. My OG said, "Stop letting spies in the space," and that's what he said to sum it up. And I really. So that's the reason. Oh, my OG said,
no doubt, baby. One love to all of y'all that's down with the struggle. You know what I mean? Sometimes me and my boy get a little emotional because we already see through it. You feel me? We already see through it. You know what I mean?
Where y'all from?
Huh? Connecticut,
Where
y'all.
y'all from? Okay,
Connecticut.
okay. That's what I'm talking about.
New Haven and New London.
Tri-state in the building.
Right
That's
up
what
the
I'm
street,
talking
brother.
about.
Right up the street,
That's right.
Freedman. You're from New York.
That's right.
And you see the
That's
bogus
right.
stuff that they doing to the black folks out here. And it's only a matter of time that it's going to hit Connecticut. So, like, we're right up the street. Wherever it happens in New York, happens in Connecticut. Fact.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Hey, Josh, you already know, bro. You're not a regular speaker. Don't raise your hand just when you got something come in. What are you doing? You the third co-host, even though it don't say co-host.
Yeah, nah, I'm just being respectful and trying to show example. But yeah, I just gotta say, here's my thing, man. Most of like, what is the end game for the people that's talking about the indigenous? Are you looking for access to as a tribal citizen?
Confusion.
Is that what it is?
The end game is them shoehorning into the check respectfully.
That's the end game.
That's the end game. And I'd rather cut them off at the knees and don't even get the mic so they can use speak. I'll tackle them.
But see, here's the thing, brother. Most of those people, it's just cap. Like, you got one story where supposedly you got some Native American. Okay, you might actually have I'm not bad with that term, Native American. You might have some tribal affiliation to maybe one of the 5 slaveholding tribes, or maybe some other tribe. You may have that. But the other 90% of the people in your family line go back to being freedmen. So I mean, it doesn't make any sense. I'm trying to understand, what is the end game? If you're not advocating for reparations, if you're not advocating for specific policy to help freedmen, then like what are you trying to do? If you're not trying to get access to tribal citizenship, because there's benefits to those tribal citizens being a tribal citizen, like they have the casino revenue, to where when you turn 18, you can get what I think is like 200,000 or 150,000, something.
Yeah, one of them tribes is it's not all of them that are doing
not
that.
all of them.
Yeah, but I know what you're talking about.
Wait, one in the Massachusetts tribe. One in the Massachusetts.
Let me say real quick, brother, Mr. Engager. Let me say real quick. From Clubhouse to Twitter Spaces, I've recognized what the pattern is. The pattern is, this may sound like a cliche term, but it's not in this case. It's a clout chase. There are people that want to build a large following off of the energy of other groups by interjecting a bunch of stuff that they can't even really stand on. And because they know that there's a bunch of confusion out there with certain people. There's a bunch of this stuff going on. We had my daughter and a few of her friends, we did a BTP youth program. So this one of her little friends, 14, 15 years old, she kept saying, because we really Indonesian. I'm like, what does she mean by Indonesian? And I was like, do you mean indigenous? She was like, yeah, that's what I mean, indigenous. You see what I'm saying? So it's out there. And so what people are seeing is that they can create some energy behind saying that we are all this. See, we're not going to deny anybody's claims that they're Native Americans or indigenous, aboriginal, et cetera, et cetera. We will ask you to prove it if you're going to step up in our space, trying to step on what it is with, like that room earlier. It said Native versus Freedmen, or Freedmen versus Native. So basically, you were trying to make a dichotomy between an anthropological term in Native and an actual status in the term or name freedom. And it made absolutely no sense at all. These are all clout chasers. That's all they are.
Let me say this real quick before y'all go, and I know the sister's been waiting too to speak again. Remember, it was another sister named Layla Brown, I think her name was Layla Brown, something like that. And you and I kind of were going back and forth with her.
Oh yeah.
And then and then again, she found us on Facebook. Something she was in, like, I think she was in one of the Lovecraft Country groups that we're in, and she was in there with all of that Indian stuff, right? And the people were like, "What the hell are you talking about?" Because she was trying to turn an analysis of the series Lovecraft Country that the people were doing into a conversation about our people being actually Native Americans, and that's the message that the movie Lovecraft Country was trying to convey, but we're too slow and too dense to understand this. So we started going back and forth in the group, and then she winds up like texting me like in the Facebook chat, like she don't want to keep talking because I'm debunking this stuff right online in front of the people. So now she wants to talk in the chat in private. And so the bottom line is what she and like so many of the others is trying to do is convince quote unquote us that we, all of us, we, whoever we are actually Native Americans and we're not of any kind of African ancestry. And so she's going through her spiel, right? You know, oh man, let me look, this thing happened at this point in time. Same thing Top Cat did. Did y'all know about this? This thing happened at this point in time, and then this thing happened, and then there was some dark-skinned people over here, and there was some dark-skinned, brown-skinned people over there with long braids, and then you have some people over here. Look at the rock art, and you can see, you know, in Bonaparte, you can see that there's some brown-skinned people on the wall, etc. Right? So when I asked her, tell me about your family. Like let's forget about the history lessons for a second about what you think you know about Native Americans or indigenous people here prior to Columbus's arrival. Let's just talk about your family. Show me that your family is some kind of way connected to one of these tribes that you were talking about from Mesoamerica or from South America or from out west, and you know, the California tribes or whatever ones you're talking about. Show me how your family is connected to any of these people. Don't tell me about us. Don't talk to me about we, because it's like 40 something million of us and we here, right? Just tell me about your family. Break it down. Show me what you got. Do you know that this chick pulled up 2 documents for some of her grandparents, great grands or whatever? One was from the Creek and one was from the Chickasaw. Both of them were freedman documents for her ancestors. And I said, well, ain't this a bitch? So you sat here all this time talking to me about the Mayans, talking to me about the people in South America, talking to me about all of these different civilizations and all of this kind of stuff, just to turn around and show me some goddamn freedman documents for your ancestors, showing me that they were slaves of the 5 slaveholding tribes, just like I was trying to tell you from the beginning. So this is what I'm saying that to say is that the majority of the people making these arguments is going to wind up being 2 things at the end of the day. Either they're not going to be able to show you any kind of relationship to any Native American people whatsoever, number 1, or 2, if they do, it's going to be based on the fact that their ancestors were enslaved by either the Cherokee, the Chickasaw, the Choctaw, the Creek, or the Seminoles. End of story. That's the only thing they're going to show you. Don't let them take you off talking about the Mayans. Don't let them take you off talking about the Olmecs or any of the Native American people or the Tamiquas or any of them. Don't let them take you off with that, because that's the bull. That's just the fluff. All of that is the fluff. Because when it comes down to it and you ask them to show you about their family, guess what they're going to do? They're going to take you to the Creek, the Cherokee, the Chickasaw, the Seminole, etc. That's what they're going to do, because that's the relationship between Black people and Native Americans in this country. Those tribes enslaved some of our ancestors. End of story. Period. So that I just wanted to say that, so people, when you encounter these folks, just ask them about their family. Tell them to show you the proof of their family. I guarantee you they're going to take you back to the 5 slaveholding tribes.
Okay, sister Sean.
Okay, wow, my mind is going.
Yo, and 1 second,
I'm just
Sister
gonna say
Sean.
this to the
1
people.
second, Sister Sean.
Okay.
And just as I just wanted to make this update real quick, just as Ali said that, those same people, and I can tell some of them had to be in one of these groups. I just got a notification that Top Cat and Ishmael Bay, the people I said were a part of the confusion, they just started a clubhouse room talking about we're the real Native Americans. And see,
Wow.
you
You
see what I'm
called it.
saying? It just happened just now. Go ahead.
Wow. Wow, you called that. And see, that's what I was trying to get with my first debut. Is to say that we're confusing ourselves. We're freedmen. And up under freedmen, you can be Chickasaw, Wassata, Seminole, Nate. You can be all that, but you're freedmen. But here's what I wanted to kind of pull in. First of all, what I like to say is, I'm coming from a space of learning. And the more I learn, the more I burn. The more I learn, the more I burn. Okay? And I know everybody else is burning like that because we getting this information and we're getting it like postpartum already. And we're like, okay, we catching heat. Once we dig into these documents, the freedmen been catching heat. They've been catching heat from the Indian tribes and they've been catching heat from the United States government. So what I want to focus on, how do we get out of this kitchen? Because everybody knows if you can't stand the heat, get out the kitchen. And what I'm trying to do, and hopefully with me being a part of this group, we're going to bring them the heat. We're going to bring it on. We're going to bring them some heat now that we know. But here's one thing that I'm studying. I'm not totally well versed. What I wanted to give the Indian naysayers, there is something called the Black Seminoles. And the biggest hero of the Black Seminoles was John Horse. And John Horse was classified as a freedman. He was a freedman. And I just recently learned that there were 2 emancipations of the slaves before Abraham Lincoln. It's John Horse who negotiated the first emancipation for slaves. They want to bury that in history. Okay, everybody look that up. That was before the Abe Lincoln 1863 emancipation. John Horse whooped ass. He was classified as a freedman and he joined forces with the Seminole Indians. And he led all of his people out of Florida to Oklahoma, and he finally did refuge in Mexico. He is a freedman. Okay, so let all the Indian naysayers understand that it was a freedman that had negotiated the first emancipation for the freedom of his people, and that's who he was classified as.
Ain't that something?
Ain't that something? So what I want this family to know, go ahead and look that up, because I'm still doing my research on that. But I did enough to be able to make that statement. So of all the 5 tribes, the Seminoles are the most friendly tribe to the freedmen. And that's what we dealing with right here, right now. Fact. So them Cherokees, they were the worst. The Chickasaws, all of them, the Chickasaw, they were pretty much adverse. They were in participation, especially the worst ones were the Cherokee, because the Cherokee was given an order to release your slaves and they wouldn't do it. They had to go and browbeat them. Okay, so them Cherokees are not friendlies to us.
And isn't it interesting, though, sis?
Are them Seminoles?
Isn't it interesting that most Black Americans that claim some kind of Indian lineage claim Cherokee? The majority of Black Americans claim Cherokee. Ain't that something?
Nope, that's the worst one. They were the worst towards us. It was the Seminoles. Do the research. And they call it 2 things. They'll say the Seminole Wars, but that's why they classified in history the Negro Wars. They call it the Negro Wars, and they wanted to bury it. See, they wanted to bury that war because they were embarrassed. They were embarrassed because they kicked their ass. And what happened was they wanted to re-enslave them. But the reason why they wanted to do in a negotiation, basically get the fuck out of here. I'm not trying to deal with you. Okay? The reason why, because they said the freedmen, it conjoined with the Seminole Indians, and they had intermarried for bond. And I even read something where they advocated for marrying and bonding and intermarrying with the freedmen because they wanted stronger children. They had that belief. They had the belief that we must intermarry with these and bear children from the freedmen to build a strong nation. I read all of that, okay? And so what they got scared of, because they got their ass whooped so bad, they didn't want that information to get out. That's why all the historians, you got to dig, and you have to go into the Negro Wars. The Negro Wars in the Seminole Wars was the biggest revolt in our history, and they were the first people to get their own emancipation before Abe Lincoln. And because they kicked ass so bad, that's why they want to bury the damn information. It's mind blowing.
And that's something.
It's
Yeah, no,
mind blowing.
you're right. That the Negro Wars, I know you know about Negro Fort in Florida. You know what I'm saying? And the fact that these Seminoles, these black Seminoles, or the so-called Negro Seminoles, fought against the United States and really, like you said, kicked ass. That's an actual historical fact.
It's an historical fact. But we're still burning, and we still gonna fight on both sides because it. So what ended up happening, from what I'm in this space, is for learning, and I'm still doing my research. So the U.S. government start giving all these monies to the tribes in allotted lands. So what the tribes started doing, see, because they wouldn't even been able to win wars without these Negroes, okay? The
Facts.
Negroes, the freedmen were on the Trail of Tears. So when you're talking about the Trail of Tears, you talk about freedmen. We fought. They fought, okay? So they threw this money in, and so that's when the five civilized tribes start to like, oh man, they started to kind of one up and try to like, okay, we only want something, and so we got dogged out. So that's why you still have court cases now with the black Seminoles and the freedmen. We are freedmen. We fighting goddamn Indians, and we fighting these white folks down in Washington, D.C.
They are still
got two
dealing
wars
right now. A lot of the black freedmen. That's right. A lot of the black freedmen of those Indian tribes are still fighting, dealing with Jim Crow-like policies from those tribes till this day.
Yes, and that's what I want. And I'm gonna get
that.
up off this mic because I gotta. Okay, well, I'm gonna listen. I gotta Zoom at 8. But let me tell you, family, we all learning here. So I'm gonna do more research on that. But you gotta understand, we got two fights. We got the U.S. government, okay? We already know that, chattel slavery. But we also, it may not be a priority, we got to fight these tribes. Because these tribes been getting all this money, and they've been excluding the freedmen. The Negro Wars, you want to bury the damn history. Look up John Horse. He was a freedman. He was the first man to gosh, give me the word, Most High. He was the first man to engage into oh man, my mind is going to negotiate his emancipation. That is the first emancipation of proclamation. He did it before Abe Lincoln. That's my man. That's a freedman.
No doubt. Well,
okay.
Thank you.
All right, baby. I'm going. I'm out. I'm out.
All right. All right, man. All right. Nyhiem, what you got, brother? Still in the building?
Yeah, I had to run to the supermarket though.
Oh, well,
so I'm gonna mute back out real quick.
Yeah, so one of the other things that's very interesting that comes up pretty often, because there are a number of issues where people are trying to question the freedman status for whatever reason. I don't understand how folks who can acknowledge that the institution of slavery was an actual thing, that the 13th Amendment is an actual thing, and that we are no longer property under the institution of Negro chattel slavery as a reality, but then try to say that freedman is not a thing. Like the term freedman itself is nothing but an explanation of a status change based on the fact that emancipation occurred on a national level. That's the only thing the word freedman does, is explain to you what the hell happened, right? So if you could say former slaves or descendants of slaves, you should not have a problem acknowledging the term freedman. I think most of the people who are having problems with the term freedman are having a problem with it based on two things. Number one, they didn't, well, maybe three. One, they didn't see it coming. Number two, the fact that we resurrected this term in this space at this time. And number three, they don't really like us for whatever reason. And so, like Brother Nyhiem was saying earlier, there is a lot of confusion in various different groups in different social media spaces where they're pushing different ideas, and a lot of it, I think, what people are realizing, and we've seen this with a lot of the Moorish brothers and their ideology, which they've been running with for years, since the early 1900s. The relevancy of the information and the fact that it hasn't moved the needle anywhere. So having to question the relevancy of your information, the relevancy of the identities that you're clinging on to, and to see the resurrection of this Freedman thing, and the fact that they feel like it some kind of way either undermines or really negates the validity of what it is that they're running with. I think that has a lot to do with the fact of why we're seeing people questioning this particular status. And Freedman is a political and social status in this country that many families held coming out of slavery, right? There's nothing special about it. It's not anything that we made up. In terms of, when I say it's nothing special, meaning it's not something that we've contrived. It's something that has been around since the 1860s on a federal level. So that's all I want to say about that. And so the question that comes up a lot of times too, I hear, is where are the slave ships, right? So this is when they're questioning the institution of slavery itself, the slave trade itself. Earlier in the room that the brother Nyhiem was in, somebody raised this question, and this is not a new question. I'm going to tell you where this question comes from. A lot of the Indian, the people who are claiming to be Indians don't even realize that a lot of these questions actually come from Moorish groups. Before you even had these Indian groups and people claiming all of this so wholeheartedly, the Moors were really responsible for a lot of the ideas that people are running with right now, believe it or not. And so for a long time, based on the doctrine that was taught, like one of the things that was taught by Noble Drew Ali was that I think in the oral sayings, now with the oral sayings, you got to be careful, right? Because they're like hadith. So we don't really know if he said it, but these are like secondhand, third sources, right? But there was a hadith or oral saying from Noble Drew Ali where he says to the Moors, and the Moors are the people that we would call freedmen or foundational Black Americans or whatever you want to say, African Americans. So, but the term he used was Moors, and he said, Moors, you are at home. It's the European who's 3,000 miles away from home, right? And so then there was another oral saying where he was saying that there were Moors living up and down the Mississippi River before the Europeans got here. So the point is, a lot of the ideas about this indigenous status actually originates from people like Noble Drew Ali, believe it or not, right? Because before that, you're really not going to find a lot of people claiming to be Indians in the way that they're doing it now, right? As a group thing. Like, so individual families could look back and say, hey, look, like Don Cheadle, for instance, right? For those people who saw Finding Your Roots episode with Don Cheadle, Henry Louis Gates went through his genealogical records, find out that Don Cheadle's family were enslaved by the Creeks, I believe it was. Either the Creeks or the Chickasaws, whatever one, right? One of those slaveholding tribes. Now, he had no idea about that. He had no idea about that. But I think he, like a lot of other people, might have thought that there was some Indian person in their family, but come to find out that his family's not Indian by blood. They were enslaved by that particular tribe. And that's the documentation that they wind up coming to. And so for a lot of us, that is also the case. And I think that's a thing that people have to come to terms with. People have to come to terms with that. And so let me just run through this other question, right? So the question is asked, where are the slave ships? My answer to that is, well, where are the ships that the Europeans came on, right? So where are the ships that the Europeans came on? The reason they're asking the question, where are the slave ships, is because they feel like the question, because there's a lack of evidence of slave ships still in existence, right? Because you can't find slave ships still in existence, they believe that undergirds their argument that we must have always been here, right? Because there's no slave ships. So the question is, well, where's the Nina and the Pinta and the Santa Maria? Where's the Mayflower? Where are any of the ships that the early Europeans came on? Unless you're trying to say, based on your logic, that Europeans are also indigenous to this place. They're also indigenous Americans, which we know is not true. And nobody in their right mind would make that argument. You see what I'm saying?
Let me say,
Go ahead,
Brother
bro.
Ali, there's a lot of evidence that shows that slave ships existed, right? And
right,
the idea of slave ships comes from a sketch, right, where it shows Africans packed in like sardines, right? When you dig into the history of that particular image, it was a sketch. It was the way they were wanting to either design a ship or situate their human cargo. So when people think of slave ships, that's one of the images that they conjure up. And imagine a cargo ship right now.
Right.
Just imagine one of them big cargo ships that you see out carrying the canisters and big steel canisters. Imagine one of those being converted into a slave ship, because this was what was done. And then after slavery was abolished here in the United States of America, most of those ships went back to just being regular cargo ships.
Right.
But there's still evidence of the ships that were slave ships, those that were sank. I mean, they have shackles, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, there's a whole bunch of evidence. The last slave ship, the Clotilda, has still been preserved. In fact, there's still testimony of the last living members of the Clotilda. They tell their story. You see, so many of these people, they're just making it up as they go along.
On top of the fact that there are a number of documented incidents where various African heads of states or heads of state or chiefs, African chiefs, actually made apologies on behalf of their ancestors and the roles that their ancestors played in the trading of human beings in exchange for things with European slave traders. All right, you can. I mean, like there are articles about it. I found some videos where you can actually see the African chiefs speaking out of their own mouths about the roles they played and how very sorry they are that all of it happened, etc. And even sometimes with that, showing people those things, they tend to try to ignore that as if it's not real. I'm like, so you're trying to tell me that on both sides of the Atlantic Ocean, you have Europeans who documented what happened, you have African people who documented what happened, and you're trying to say that all these people are lying about this stuff? You're saying that they're lying? You're saying that?
Well, you know, brother, in 1990, just to go on with what you're saying, in 1999, the president of Benin, a neighbor of Nigeria, apologized for his nation's role in slavery. In 2006, Ghana apologized for American descendants of slaves. A few months ago, a Cameroonian chieftain apologized to an African American who traced his lineage to a couple of local clans. You know what I'm saying? So, and a lot of other Western African tribal leaders have done the same. So, what are they apologizing for? And are you so arrogant to say that they don't know their own history either? So, nobody knows their history but y'all. Everybody's just confused except for y'all.
Except for these people, who most of whom probably never even left the country before.
But then can't even back it up, though. They can't speak the language.
Right.
They don't follow any of the traditions or customs.
Right.
When you ask simple questions, they start yelling and screaming into a void about tapping into DNA. I mean, at some point it gets silly, and that's why we wanted to have this discussion tonight, because we have to kill the confusion. We wanted to point out some of the things that these people say and how they try to qualify their statements. My grandmother, or it was written in the Bible. If you hear somebody say that, 9.9 times out of 10, they have no proofs to back up their claim. That goes for Top Cat,
Right.
Ishmael, Bay, Dane Calloway, and all of the internet scragglers that's really just doing this to try to get some type of internet fame. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just a distraction, family. And we wanted to go in on it so that the family could know to watch out for these distractions, because these people can't even prove that they are what they say that they are, or that we
Right.
all are what they want us to be, which is some form of
Right.
Aboriginal, Indigenous, Native Americans, or what Ali has dubbed the tribe of we.
The
The
tribe
tribe of
of
we.
we, the tribe of us. And like the brother Mr. Engagement said, like Josh said, like Sister Roz has said, what is the end game like of these people injecting these kinds of ideologies into these spaces, right? It would be different if these were just conversations that they were having of their own, right? Just in their own spaces. And, why? Because we're trying to educate the people and let them know that they're really Indians and not Africans, right? And so we got proof. So we're going, we're going to educate the people, right? So it would be one thing if they were doing that, but that's not what's going on. They're trying to inject that into the reparations spaces where freedmen are, with foundational Black Americans or whoever else are, and to try to taint the conversations and to take things off a track. Because to be honest with you, I know Mr. Engagement feels they have an agenda, which is to shoehorn into our justice claim, but I don't even think it's that, because they seem very anti-reparations, most of them. Like, a lot of them take the position that, oh, it ain't never going to happen. We shouldn't even be trying to do that. We should be looking for this, and we should be looking for a sovereignty and such, or whatever the case is. So the fact that so many of them, like the Moors, the Pretendians, etc., are so anti-reparations, I don't even think they're trying to shoehorn themselves into our justice claim. I think they're just trying to throw the whole damn thing off track, because I don't think they don't want it to happen. I've said on a couple of previous programs we did on BTP on YouTube, when we were going through Moorish doctrine, I said, you know something? These guys are actually pro-Confederates, man, because a lot of the arguments that they use to undermine the things that we're talking about as reparations advocates actually come from Confederate ideology. A lot of these people are using Confederate ideology to even undergird their anti-reparations positions. But go ahead, Mr. Engage.
And that's why I said we should be just cutting them off from the get-go. And on top of that, there should be an indirect glitz. We don't have to put it out there. We don't even have to create it. We know who they are. When they come to the room, block them out. Just make it difficult. Because I'm telling you, nobody don't need to get an easy layup on us anymore. That's all they've been doing, is getting easy layups on us. And it's really disgusting. And
Well, let me say, brother, Mr. Engaging, BTP is like the Kimbe and Shaq combined down in the paint. Ain't nobody getting no easy layups over here. I just had to throw that in there.
I respect that. No, yeah, I agree with that. And I'm not challenging in that direction. But what I'm saying is, when I come into these spaces all the time, or some of these spaces, I do see that. And it's always done with women. It's very rarely that I've seen it with guys. And people don't think that women are just not as equal as a threat as a man. You got to be careful with that. If he or she is against reparation, they're an enemy of all front. It doesn't matter if what the sex they are, they're an enemy. And I think that we need to be really viewing it as such. And so, like, just because she's a woman, don't be so naive and don't think that she doesn't know what she's talking about. She's against it for a reason. And that was one of the things I wanted to bring out.
Mr. Engaging, I was in the room earlier where you was going, and you and Rella was kind of going back and forth, and I think it has something to do with that girl Jael. What the hell happened with Jael? What did she say?
Well, JL, this young woman spoke like anti-reparation views, and people just keep giving her mics in the room. And I was like, and I asked some of the people that create these spaces, why are you giving these people a mic? If they're not a freedman, if they're against reparations, why are they speaking here? They shouldn't be here. They should be blocked out. Tell them to have a nice day. Or if they're inquiring for information, point them to the websites, point them to the books that they need, and then come back when you intellectually prove to us that you could right to be in these spaces. It's not me being a dickhead. It's not me being an asshole or being disrespectful to these people. It's me just cutting it short that we ain't got time for this.
Come on. Come on, man. I feel that. Nyhiem, yeah, but you know what? I feel
He a
that,
family
man.
man. I understand. I know that, brother. He a family man. It's all respect and love.
No doubt. No doubt. So yeah, man, that's that's pretty much, in terms of the confusion that we're witnessing, and obviously you're witnessing. We saw it earlier because the brothers, I think they came in that, I don't know if they came in that room or if it was that one or a different one. But I think Logic and Nyhiem were in one of them earlier, and it was just like in total chaos, man. And the girl JL or whatever her name is was in there. Um, she's in there trying to convince people that they're Indians, and telling everybody that we're clinging to slavery like as if it's Christianity. And the bad thing about it is, bro, is like folks are not looking at this thing through the proper lens. Like, we're reparations. As reparationists, we have to make slavery central to our conversation. Or otherwise, what the hell are we talking about? Like, why would we not talk about the justice that is due to our people based on what happened during slavery, based on what happened just after slavery up until this point in time where we are right now? Why would we not talk about these things? And see, that kind of this is what I mean. That kind of talking really, to me, solidifies the point that these folks are actually anti-reparationists. And to your point, Mr. Engagement's point, that a lot of these people are not even freedmen that are talking in these spaces. Go ahead, Sister Roz.
Hey, thank you, Brother Ali. Yeah, I wanted to just camelback on what Mr. Engaging said. I check out some of the spaces, the ones that interest me from time to time, and I just listen, like I just, to see who's saying and who's doing what. I think, brother, that goes to the fact that you got a lot of people who are running spaces because there is no application or qualification to run a space, right? So you can be someone that thinks that everybody has an opinion and can come in and make their statements over and over and over again. And a lie told once is a lie, but a lie told 1,000 times, people start believing that, right? So I've heard this this woman, I ain't gonna call her sister because I don't know her, JL come in the spaces before and those same things were said, and for me to be cognizant that is what she's doing and going against reparations, and there may not be knowledgeable enough people in there to just beat back the lies, then that becomes highly problematic. Also, you need to know, okay, this person is going to say this, so don't let them up on stage. Don't give them our mic. I went into a space one time, and it was a white guy and a white girl, and they were people were calling me in all hours of the night to come in and go against what they were saying. And I looked in the space and I just laughed. And I'm like, why are y'all in here? These are people against reparations. We don't control the room. We don't control this space. Why are y'all in here wasting your energy? I think a lot of us are caught up on the drama, maybe because that's how times are now. I'm not a millennial. I'm a Gen Xer. I really don't have time to get into arguments against, in the void, because if we don't control the space, why is the energy being allowed to go in that direction in those particular spaces? But like I said, when I checked in here, I know how BETHEPOWER Brothers going to do, and they're going to come with facts and Mr. Just the Facts, right? So, Logic's going to bring it, Ali's going to bring it, Josh is going to bring it. And I don't mess with people that's talking foolishness. You gotta understand what that is. It's a kind of calmness and the maturity. And I'm not talking age. I'm talking stage of your mind and your life. You cannot get caught up in allowing the drama to take over if you're going to do a space, you can't let just anybody come in and take over and rant and rave. And like you said, I'm laughing because you're right. It's a lot of time it is women, and they want to come in and do this black girl magic or this black girl crack. I don't know what it's called, but it's like it's got to stop because I'm sick of it myself. And I am not. That's why when I hear sisters trying to go in, or women, I want to say women because I don't know who these people are, but they going in and they try to come and rage against the brothers. I have a problem with that. I'm actually offended by that because there's nobody came in here and said anything that she was even implying. Matter of fact, my mic kept going out. I was en route. I couldn't wait to get home because I mean, it was me and the other person I'm in the car with, a relative. We're laughing because I don't know who said that. I mean, I didn't hear it. They didn't hear it. And I'm listening. I'm doing nothing but listening. And I'm like, wow, where did that come from? So, I mean, I hear a lot of the problematic things too. And I appreciate you, brother, for bringing that out. And I'll land my plane.
No doubt. Mr. Engage, and I don't know how much you heard, but yeah, I mean,
I was there and I
basically,
heard the whole thing, and I wanted to say
you heard
thank
the whole
you.
thing? Oh, okay.
And I just want to say
Yeah,
that
no doubt, man.
I just want to say that was the reason why I was harping on some of these sisters from the get-go. It's not because I'm not a woman bash or anything like that. That's not the angle I was going. I saw them as being intellectually dishonest and trying to misguide a very conversation, and they were using it as a tactic to undermine black people. And I find that really effed up, man. Just like really, like it disturbed me on a very spiritual level, man. That was the reason why I go so hard on that.
Understood.
But if you notice, brother, I'm sorry, Ali, can I say this? Can I get a little bite of this apple? Like, yeah, with this, like, brother, if you notice, Sister Sean and I both came in to beat that back. That's what sisters are, I mean, honestly supposed to do. When you hear a woman coming in and she's trying to steer the conversation and saying things, as a woman, I mean, it don't matter to me if it's a woman or if it's a man. If it's the truth and it makes sense and it's right and exact, then you're supposed to beat that back. You're not supposed to just sit on the sideline and let it go because it's a woman. And I'm not saying, I mean, you know, men, I know most men don't feel particular way going back and forth, arguing with what some people may interpret it as with a woman. However, that's where I feel like I don't care if it's a man or a woman, and I know I have that extra whatever to be able to say that, you know, as a woman, and people say, oh, well, it's two women arguing, and it's not even an argument. It's just logic. You don't go in there and say things that aren't true and then try to just put a little bit of spice of emotion with it, and I'm not, and you're saying this, and nobody said any of that. It's just created stories. I love stories, and I love narrative, fiction and nonfiction, but you're coming with a fictitious narrative that just never happened. And I mean that it's like, I don't want to hear a lie. I want to hear the truth when we're talking about us and our people, and I'll land that plane.
You know, it's like we've obviously, those who follow the YouTube channel know that we've kind of gone into this conversation a couple of times in the past, right? Logic mentioned it already. Nyhiem mentioned it. But the thing is, it keeps surfacing, right? It keeps surfacing. It keeps coming up. Like I said, it would be different if they were doing it in their spaces, but they're trying to inject it into our conversations, which is very counterproductive. And again, it's not like anyone is trying to deny someone's lineage, because I don't know anything about. I can't take a person and just look at them and say, you're not an Indian. You don't have any. Let me not say that way. I'll say you don't have any Indian in your family line anywhere. You're lying. I can't do that because I don't know anything about the person. But the same way I can't do that, they cannot in no way, shape, form, or fashion tell me that 40-something million Black Americans are actually Indians and have no African ancestry whatsoever, which is what a lot of these people are actually implying, right? So you don't know anything about me. You can barely prove information about yourself and your own family. Don't tell me who I am. This is, you know, if you really think about it, it's childish, it's stupid, it's something that cannot be proven. People are using complexion, people are using memes for scholarship, right? People are using images from Mesoamerica. People are using all kinds of uh, uh, documentation. Like, see, here's the thing, right? There isn't even any scholarship. Two things I'm gonna say real quick. There isn't even any scholarship from the people who spoke on this stuff about the early quote unquote African presence in America. Whether you're talking about Leo Weiner, whether you're talking about Alexander von Wuthenow, whether you're talking about Ivan van Sertima, whether you're talking about Professor Barry Fell, whether you're talking about David Imhotep, none of these people spoke about a presence other than an African presence in early America. They didn't say anything about them being Indians. These people all either alluded to or directly said that these people were early Africans in America, pre-Columbus, right? This is what was being said. This said none of those people said anything about these people were Indians, right? And this is what's so bad. They're taking information that may or may not be true, and they're using it to actually say something contradictory to what the quote unquote scholarship had to say about the matter.
Hey, let me jump in real quick, Ali. Just real brief. I want people to understand what Ali just did right there by naming all of the different scholars who have put in the work on this subject. Understand it. You have people like the guy earlier who told me he feels it in his DNA that he's indigenous and that nobody can tell him otherwise. It's not based on scholarship. It's not based on anything. Brother Ali just ran through a list of scholars who are proficient in this work, who have produced books on this work, videos on this particular subject, excuse me. So how is it that these people have something that negates or abrogates or obviates what the scholarship and people that use actual scholastic methodology use just to come and say, I feel this way. It's a feeling that I have. This is insanity, family. And this
But
is
they
why the
can't.
identity confusion exists.
That's right. And they can't tell you why their name is Tyrone. They can't tell you why their name is Brandon. They can't tell you why their name is all these other kind of names that have no indigenous application and really all signifies that you had to have some type of intercourse with a slave situation. Like how in the world is all or a married, let's say it wasn't a slave situation. Let's just say you married into another family, right? You don't acknowledge that ancestry at all. And the problem I have with them, if they choose to reject all of their other ancestry because they may have found, may or may not, in some cases, I don't think they've even identified an indigenous ancestor in many cases, but in some cases, let's say that they have. So they reject all of that other ancestry and say, I'm solely this, I'm indigenous. And the word indigenous means you originated here. Like all of your ancestry, and then the brother who they go out of their way to fabricate these crazy stories. A brother who didn't even know who his father was told Ali he had researched everybody in his family and everybody in his bloodline, and he don't even know who his father is. So how does that make any sense? These people are not being genuine, and they're just it's just really crazy, and they want to get emotional. And like that brother, I know Ali's mentioned it a couple times, not Ali, but Abba mentioned it a couple times. That's really a psychological problem. The brother said he tapped into his DNA, and that's how he knows he's indigenous. I don't think he even knows what he's saying. How do you tap into your DNA and then now you know that you're solely indigenous? Like, did you have a Wakanda experience and you went to the soul plane and met all your ancestors and found out that they were all indigenous? How did you tap in? Please produce a PowerPoint on the tapping in of DNA where we can see all of our ancestors that ever existed. Please do to show me how to do it. I want to tap into my DNA and meet all my ancestors. How do you do that? What you got, Ali?
Black Star Media. Black Star Media hasn't spoken, so let's see what Black Star has. Go ahead, bro.
Oh, hello. Thank you. So I like this topic. I think this topic is something that we need to deal with. We need to deal with it because this is the topic. There's a lot of division on this topic. So I'm gonna state where I stand on this. I believe that the majority of our ancestors came and experienced that transatlantic slave trade. The vast majority of our ancestors came and were forced on ships into Africa and forced to go through the hells of slavery in America or throughout the Americas. So that's what I believe, and that's what I know. I feel like some of the arguments people use to try to negate that they don't add up. For example, one of the most common popular arguments that's used to negate that or to try to deny that is, where are the ships? Where are the slave ships?
Yeah.
Well, in that case, where were the ships that the Europeans came on, or were they indigenous too? Are they indigenous to this land too? Where are their slave ships? Because they outnumber everybody in America. So where are the European slave ships? We know where the slave ships are. I mean, there are slave ships. It's just we came from Africa. I mean, the vast majority of us. That's not to say that there are black African type looking people all across the planet. You could go to Hawaii. You could go to Fiji. So you could go to the Isles of the Pacific. You could go to deep in Asia, the Ainu people of Japan. That's not to say that there aren't black, African, dark-skinned, woolly-haired people all across the planet. You go into the Amazon jungles, you'll find some people that look like that. But that does not mean that the vast majority of our ancestors did not go through that middle passage. The vast majority, it doesn't mean that the vast majority of our ancestors weren't taken from Africa. The vast majority. Now, I'm not going to say that we don't have Native Indians in our family. We certainly do. For some of us, a lot of us certainly do. Maybe even most of us on a very small percentage, but at the end of the day, the majority of our ancestors came from Africa. Now, I'm not going to say that whatever you have up in you, that's you. So let's say, let's say you took a DNA test, and people are showing, and even though the methodology of the DNA test aren't 100% right and exact, because we do see people you could take the same DNA test twice, and you might get two different results. Or it could be two twins, and we've seen this. We see two twins take the same DNA test, and they get two slightly different results, even though it was two white women two twins took it, and it came back one. So it's said Italy, others said like Balkan area. Those are similar areas, Italy, Albania, etc. So, but it's an inexact science, but there's still some type of facts behind it. But yeah, a lot of us, we will see indigenous in our ancestry. It could be a little more, it could be less, we don't know. But if you have Indian ancestors, you are part Indian. I feel that way. Because for all people might say, oh, well, that's only 5%, that's 2% or whatever. Okay, but your great-great-grandfather might have been Sitting Bull. Your great-great-grandfather great-great-grandmother could have been Sacagawea. Who knows? But that's a part of our experience. Everything that happened here, that's a part of us. However, the vast majority of our ancestors were forced on that middle passage. The vast majority of our ancestors are of African origin, recent African origin. I'm talking about 400 or so years ago. I'm not talking about ancient. We were Indians type of African origin because all people came from Africa. Majority of our people came from Africa on that middle passage. What I don't like is how people, all right, if somebody wants to believe what they want to believe, that's cool, but don't try to, I see people trying to infiltrate and guide the discussion towards we can't rewrite our own history and put lies in it. If it's not the truth, it's not the truth. And we gotta, sometimes because our history was robbed from us, our history was hidden from us, and it was rewritten. So I understand people, we have to, do the research and discover everything. I understand that. However, there got to be some facts and data behind everything that you say. And sometimes it doesn't add up, we can't just accept that because that confuses the issue. What about our children coming up in 10, 20, 30, 50 years from now? Now they're confused because a lie became the main, accepted, because a lie that's not true became the main thing that's accepted. So this is a big division. Regardless, I feel like, most people want to fight for we at the end of the day, we deserve reparations, and we are owed reparations.
That's right.
Most people want to fight for that. It's a lot of sincere people that believe that we are Indians, but they're fighting on the path of reparations. There's sincere people that believe that know that we came from Africa, that are on the fight for reparations. But this is something that a lot of us have. It's a fundamental thing that we disagree with. So it's something that we got to deal with and have discussions on, and we got to get to the bottom of it. So
let me just add this, bro. Excellent points. Let me just add this, right, and then we're gonna let's go to Brother Divine. I just want to say this: what's really crazy about the fact that we even having these debates, just to show you how these things are actually designed to throw the conversation, the reparations conversation, off track. The fact that we're even talking about Africa versus Indian versus, none of that shit has nothing to do, absolutely nothing to do with whether or not this country owes the descendants of those people who were enslaved, whether or not this country owes the people who bear the badges of slavery, of Negro, Black, and colored, and who have had to bear the burdens that came along with those badges from the time of emancipation up until this day. None of that shit has a damn thing to do with anything. It ain't going to work to prove whether or not the United States owes us or whether they don't owe us. It doesn't do anything to help us one way or another. So it's just really a argument to get you off track from what it is that you're really supposed to be talking about. So, Brother Divine, what's good, brother?
Yo, one before Divine go, I just wanted to say, because he made me think about something. That lady who spoke in the first, before we got knocked off, she pretended like she had all of this scholarship under her belt. Most of it, or at least all of what she presented, was pseudo. She said that the real Native Americans, it was funny because I asked her, who did she mean when she said Native Americans? She said Siberians. How in the hell are you a Siberian and a Native American at the same time? Obviously, you're native to Siberia. If you're a Siberian, how did you, like, that doesn't even make any sense. How can you be like, come on, man, this stuff is funny. Go ahead, Divine.
Yo, what's good, brothers? Peace. Yo, if this was anything like the live stream y'all did, I know y'all killed this shit. So, I mean, I already know how y'all get down. So, y'all scholarship is second to none. So, I always want to show love and respect to y'all, especially in this Freedman game. But what Ali just said is so key, is that what's happening is, like, if you, whether you believe you Siberian, whatever you are, if you were gonna create a room or a space or a movement around that, we don't have no beef with that. You know what I mean? Like, you go do that. But what's happening is that they're co-opting the Freedman momentum that's building. They see that as moving. They see that people understanding the status of Freedman, right? And what they're doing is some symbiotic, parasitic type movement where it's like, okay, nah, you're not really Freedman, we Aboriginal, right? And it's like, so now we gotta go advocate and in that vein and under that guise, right? And what's crazy is I was in the room, and I think either Ali or Nyhiem or both of y'all came from that room a couple of times where it was Freedman versus Native, right? And what's so interesting about it is that when you start dropping the facts, right? So we know Ab is Mr. Just the Facts, right? So when you start dropping them facts, right? What happens is that they fill the spaces and the gaps where, like you were just saying, with feelings, right? So all of a sudden, the brother that I guess we spoke to the same brother. We were in the room, and I'm like, yeah, but here's the facts. Like, do I believe some of us were here in Aboriginal? Yes. Do I think that some of us came over in the translated slave trade? Yes, right? So we're gonna use those as the two constants. But then all of a sudden, once you start saying that, they go from saying, well, I'm not saying the transatlantic slave trade didn't happen. We know it happened, but then you let them talk longer, and all of a sudden it becomes, well, but I don't think the majority of us came over from there. Like, it's impossible. Like, where those ships at, and how could that possibly be the case? I'm like, well, listen, you might be right, but just because you might be right doesn't make what you're saying right now a fact. Like, you guys have no facts to stake this claim on. And I'm like, did any of you guys do any type of genealogy or ancestry to find out where you got this Aboriginal claim from? And just like Nyhiem said, the brother said, nah, I just feel it. Like, I just tapped in. I'm like, did the sky turn purple and shit? Like, some panthers come out? Like, what the fuck happened where all of a sudden you just tapped in, though? And again, even if you tapped into one, like y'all said already, what did you say? Ignore all the other ones that was tapping you and raising you? You know what I'm saying? You tapped into one that you ain't never really met, that ain't never said no shit to you. And so this movement where if you want to be Aboriginal, that's cool, but they're not doing that. The sister, I don't know if y'all saying names or not, but JL and Mel and Booby, they came on, and then when we're talking to them, and like, well, I feel like we're being undermined, and you guys should allow us in the movement as Aboriginal. But I was like, but if you're claiming something other than what we claiming, how can you even be in a reparation movement? Are you even trying to get reparations in the way that we are trying to get reparations for the justice claim that we're trying to get justice for? Because y'all saying something totally different.
Whoa, Devon, say that again. Say that. She said we should allow them into the movement. What? Say that again.
They said that when they come into these spaces, they feel undermined, and that we should allow them into the movement. And I said, but y'all are claiming and trying to fight for something that we not trying to fight for. Like, y'all fighting for Aboriginal status. That means you would have to go advocate as an Aboriginal person, which means you're your own sovereign nation. You got to do negotiations with the government and start talking about some treaties. What the Freedmen are talking about is based on the amendments that was there for us and our protected status. We are demanding the debt that's owed due to what you did to us as citizens of this country. They on some
brother
other shit.
Devon, real quick, you know what that is? That's a tacit admission that they really don't have nothing to stand on.
Come on, brother. Come on.
Exactly. And in the words of Dr. Logic, is mission drift.
There you go. There you go. Mission drift, bro. Go ahead, Devon.
Nah, I'm done. I just want to make sure I shout y'all out, y'all brothers, and y'all scholarship and the Freedmen history and context and nuance y'all bring. This shit is second to none. I always want to make sure I give y'all honors, give y'all flowers, give y'all respect in that regard. And this, like I said, these people, like, again, I try to be careful with calling people agents, especially with the history that we had in our community. You know what I'm saying? But whether you are a willful agent, a willful idiot, or a known agent, the bottom line is, like Dr. Logic always says, that mission drift is going to take us away from where we got to be if we're having these conversations, and they're forcing the conversations into our spaces. If they was on another Twitter space doing that on their own, having indigenous Aboriginal conversations, none of us would go in those rooms and they would be cool. But they come into our spaces to sow the seed of confusion, and there's no scholarship or facts to the point where they were talking about, like, and I said this in the room, and I was like, no disrespect, but if we're coming with documentation and I can track my ancestors to the 1870 census, and I can find them in the Freedmen's Bureau, and I can find where some of them had accounts with the Freedmen's Bank, and when I'm asking you, what do you have? What do you have to claim your Aboriginal status? And you talking about, well, sometimes you just gotta use your common sense. I'm like, what the fuck does that even common sense? What does common sense got to do with documentation?
No, Devon, you gotta tap into your DNA, brother. You ain't learned how to tap in yet.
I need to listen. I need the what was it? The purple heart, the herb, whatever that shit. I need that.
What that song say? Tap, tap, tap in. You got tap, tap, tap in.
Yeah, man. That's craziness, yo. It's craziness. But man, listen, I think we here know what it is. And you know, again, my thing to anybody is when those people come to you with that kind of stuff, just tell them to prove that stuff up. Just prove it to you that they either possess tribal membership or citizenship, meaning that whatever tribe they're claiming to be part of actually recognizes them and accepts them as members of the tribe, them and their family members. And if they're trying to tell you that that's what you are, tell them to prove it. Tell them to prove to you that you and your family are actually Indians. Tell them to prove it with documents a documentation, documented facts. Tell them to prove it. That's all. All of this talking, showing memes with dark-skinned people with slick hair and ponytails and dark-skinned people, dark-skinned Indians from Tainos that don't look nothing like us, right? Or Olmecs and stuff like that. None of that stuff proves anything. We can show pictures of all kind of stuff. We can show pictures of dark-skinned people from the Indian subcontinent. So what? There are dark-skinned people in India who are darker than some Africans. That don't make those people our people. That don't mean just because there's dark-skinned people in India that we're now Hindus. They're not the same people as us. Shit, people in West Africa ain't the same people as us. I mean, East Africa, excuse me, not the same people as us, right? So we can easily put these people in a trick bag by asking them to simply prove to you that your family is an Indian family. Don't just break it down to me. Show me how my family is Indian. Don't just tell me that. Show it to me. That would end the whole conversation, because there ain't no way for them to be able to do something like that. The only thing they can do is use complexions of images. Look, see, they was dark-skinned people, so obviously we're the same. Like, that's not true.
No, then you have to deal with the fact that they think that, and I don't know where, I think it comes in these clubhouse conversations that they have. I think it's a talking point now. Now all of them all of a sudden have these historical Bibles with all these archives in them. Like, oh no, we keep it in our Bibles. Like, you got all your goddamn family history in a goddamn Bible somewhere? What are we talking about, man? So now, how did you get to having a Bible and your name being James and Tyrone? Like, how does that make sense? Where are we making the connection from? See, we are not being honest, people. Yeah, we're not being honest. You're an Aboriginal that don't speak no language but English. You're Indigenous, but your name's James and Tyrone and Brandon. You're Indigenous, but you don't know what your Indigenous spiritual system is. You got a fucking Bible that you keep all your historical records in, and it's obviously like got to be one of the first Bibles ever produced that was shipped over here, or I don't know how they got it over here, where you got all your family history in it, because that's what they tell us. Every one of the ancestors, how many ancestors? Tell them how many ancestors they got again, Ali, and all that information's in their Bible. Tell them how many ancestors they got again.
Man, so you got 4 grandparents, you got 8 great-grandparents, you got 16 great-great-grandparents, you got 32 third great-grandparents, you got 64 fourth great-grandparents, you got 128 fifth great-grandparents. So going back at what, 5
and that's just 5, and that's just 5 generations, and you got all that in your Bible? Holy shit, what's going on, people? Somebody's lying. Come on now. Yeah. We got to be honest, man. And so we beat this issue up. Well, go ahead, bro.
And the whole reason why that stuff is in their Bibles, right? They keep saying their Bibles, is because those, again, it's the same reason why they connected to the 5 civilized tribes every time they trying to prove something to you. The 5 civilized tribes are called civilized because, for one reason, is they adopted the ways of the European, that being their Christian religion. So it would make sense why you would say that your family's history was your Indian family history was documented in the Bible, because those slaveholding tribes, the 5 quote unquote civilized tribes, adopted the Europeans' Christianity. So it kind of makes sense. It kind of makes sense. Go ahead. Somebody else wanted to speak? Mr. Engaging?
Yeah. When people talk about those slave ships, the first thing I'm gonna bring up is like me and my OG were talking about in the background a little bit, which was the Amistad. I live out in New London, and that was one of the areas that they dropped off at. And then they went out to New Haven and did the whole court transaction thing. People can Google that and look up the Amistad history. They do have a replica out there of that slave ship. So when people keep saying that, point them to the Amistad. And the second thing is, I look at it as a form of them being like a Holocaust denier. Like, you wouldn't go up to a Jewish individual or any other person from that background and say, like, well, I don't see the gas chamber, or some crazy reckless situation, and say, well, I don't see it, so therefore it doesn't exist. That's like a negate of history, negate of facts and what really happened. And I find that right there is problematic, and not addressing that in any given situation is problematic. That's the reason why I like when people get in these spaces and I hear that, I always given the option, I'll try to shut it off real quick because I feel like it's counterproductive. So that was those are the two things I wanted to bring up.
It is. You're right. It is counterproductive. What's up, Kelly?
Hey everyone, peace to the room. I just wanted to say, because I was listening in and out of what's going on, and I think it might have been said already, so forgive me, but I have to get this off my chest because there were some names mentioned that I also see in these spaces that I've actually gotten into it with, because I've told them, just like you guys may have already said, what they're talking about is basically a foreign policy issue. That's just what it is, the long and the short of it. So, like you guys said before, if they want to go to the 5 civilized tribes, you know, they need to take their case that direction. Because when it comes down to it, when it's time, when we take our justice claim for what we are doing it for and who we are doing it for, our freedmen, then they are going to be the ones that are going to be told willingly and happily, you guys are going to have to take your justice claim and do something else with it. Because in the back, I'm going to say this allegedly, there was a time when Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi literally were with Sandy Darity, literally asking him what were the numbers, what kind of numbers are we looking at. They were willing to, at one point, to really consider what is going on, what we see going on right now in California. They wanted to try to mimic that. So I'm saying it to say this: there's a lot of people that are mimicking, and I'm putting it out there. I know I am going to fall on the sword on this, but I got nothing to lose because the movement is bigger than me, and the goal is for all of us to get our due. Is that we are following, or too many of us are following, people with influence that are saying things that are unfounded, and they are basically serving as Judas goats, walking a lot of people to slaughter. And so if you want to go down that path, this is what you want to die on, because of just the fact that we were already here. There's the same people hollering 1526, and I'm not going to go any further than that. But the thing is, you have to go by what you can prove, and then let your policy and everything else cover everything else that you're talking about. We were here first. We were always here. We were this, we were that. We didn't come in on this. Only a certain, I've even heard people tell me and argue with me down about there was such a really, really minuscule percentage of us that came over here on the transatlantic slave trade, which I know, it's not true. And it doesn't even matter. The point is, like you guys were saying, don't come into our spaces if that's what you believe. If that's what you believe, then quit trying to convince everybody else about what you believe. We're talking about what we know. We're talking about, basically, somebody said it really good yesterday, really well, dusting off information that was already there, that already makes the case, that already proves that there are monies, there are resources, there are different programs that were already put in line for us way back when, and they are hoping that we continue to look the other way and go down all these other confusing avenues. And I'm gonna leave it alone, but I'm just getting real tired of it. Go make your foreign policy issue claim. Go to the reservations, go to the indigenous people that are already getting billions of dollars every single year or month, it feels like, and go take it up with it. You don't even have a claim anymore. You're already done. You need to go to the people that have your monies. And I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm sick of this.
And sis, let me say real quick, stop naming your spaces Freedmen versus Native American or Freedmen versus Native. What are you doing that
Thank
for?
you.
It makes absolutely no sense.
Well, you already know what it is. There is a certain energy that's been built up and that is building up around this freedman status and this freedman history and identity, right? And people see it, people feel it. People see it and people feel it. The confirmation of it with the United States, the United States Secretary of the Treasury and the Vice President coming out with this Freedmen's Bank Forum, and the fact that the timing of that was just so was just so divine. So at the end of the day, people see what it is, right? Especially certain people that seen us move from the beginning with it, right? They see like how fast this thing started to move. This is divine, man. So at
Yeah,
the
and
end of the day, go ahead, Kelly. Go ahead, Kelly.
I was gonna say, and I say this sometimes on Twitter, and I don't know where I saw this from. I don't know who I got it from, but whether true or not, then I say, in addition to the justice claim that we have as freedmen, then I say, hey, if anybody out there, there should be a waiver. If you want to opt out, opt out. You're not
Facts.
twisting anybody's arm to be a part of it. If
Facts.
you've got your own situation, you've carved out something, then go do that. Opt out and leave us alone and quit creating all this confusion. I'm done.
Well, and that brings up another point, right? See, they
What
don't
about the
opt
people in the
out.
room?
Hold on. Who is that? Hold on. And see, they don't opt out, right? Because they know there's nothing more glorious than what we're doing. And quite frankly, I don't really understand the rejection of all this great, illustrious history that they are really related to and connected to. Throw all of that away for what? What is so romantic about the indigenous cultures and history that makes you want to throw all these great inventors down the toilet, all these great warriors and soldiers down the toilet, all these great scientists and mathematicians? Like, what have they done that's so attractive to you that you want to throw that away? They didn't build. They don't have a great economy historically. They don't have a great military historically. They didn't enhance science and engineering. They didn't invent the stoplight and open heart surgery. And they don't, like, what are we throwing all of our great history to be a part of? I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense to me. Somebody please tell me what is so attractive to run it while the rest of the world had already mastered seafaring, navigation, and circulation of the stars, and medicine, and eyeglasses, and we were doing like even in 7-Eleven, we were and up until 1492, we had already built raised sidewalks, had air conditioning, we had libraries and museums, we had we had transliterated thousands of books. What was over here? There wasn't even a single book over here when we got here. They don't even there wasn't one book, not one book, not one. What are we throwing all that history to be a part of? To run around in loincloths and live in mud huts and teepees and chase buffaloes? That is bullshit. Like, we are a civilized, scientific, advanced people who build civilizations everywhere we go, and you want to throw all that away so that you can do what? So you can do what? Powwows and rain dances. Now, I know that may be offensive to some of you, but I'm offended. I'm offended, and I've been offended for you trying to challenge this great history and this great lineage of families who have created the greatest and most powerful government in the history of mankind, and tell me all that ain't shit. And we're actually some Indians who are too weak to protect their land. They got ran over. You understand? They didn't have a great military. We came over here with gunpowder and muskets. That comes from a mind made that and invented that. They were throwing spears and doing bow and arrows. That's why you lost, because you weren't scientists, you weren't engineers, you weren't good warriors. All that shit is bullshit. And I'm sick and tired of people trying to elevate this nonsense as some glorious history. You didn't have one book when we got over here, not one. Nobody read. Nobody did none of that. Y'all were still doing sorcery and magic and all kind of nut shit. So get the fuck out of here with that. This is a freedman reality we living in, and y'all got to wake up out of that, snap up out of the dream. Even in their nations, they didn't start making great advancements until they started enslaving the Africans. We the ones built they shit in Oklahoma and all over the Indian territories. We did that. They didn't do it. Come on, family, man, knock it off, man.
But as
So
logic, I wanted to say something really quick to that, because you said that this is another argument that I hear, because people say, well, we were reclassified. So what do you say to that for the ones that say that they were reclassified, but they're still holding on to this indigenous story?
Reclassified as what?
Negroes and blacks and coloreds, right? And
What
then
were
they
they
This is
before the
how it's being.
reclassification?
This is how it's
right.
being tied in. This is how it's being tied. This is the tie to us, is that
Yeah.
we were already here. And if you were, God bless you. I believe you. Okay. I believe you. Now, moving on to Freedmen. What does that have to do with freedmen? And then
Well,
I hear,
I don't believe they. And first of all, a status reclassification doesn't change the nature of your race or your ethnicity
Come
or
on,
any of
brother.
that. So just
Come on.
because your status has changed, that shouldn't have anything to do with like making you feel like they're trying to make you be someone else, right? Statuses change all the time. If I go to jail right now, my status is a prisoner. That don't change the fact that what my ethnic makeup is and who I am and who my parents were and none of that. And upon release, I'm back in the freedom. I'm not, and there's all kind of statuses you got. If I'm on the run and I got a warrant out for my arrest, my status is of one who is a fugitive from justice. You understand? So these people don't understand status. They don't understand race. They don't understand ethnicity. They don't understand the history that they're talking about. And so status has changed, and that's fine. But a reclassification, when they say they were reclassified, they don't even know. Tell me when you were reclassified, and how was that reclassification, and those people who are reclassified, how do you connect to them? I want to know who in your family was reclassified, and what relationship do you have to them?
You know what?
Go ahead.
There was this dude named Walter Plecker, right? They bring up this man named a white dude named Walter Plecker, who I believe it would Nyhiem probably knows this a little bit better. I'm going off the top, but I think in the 1900s, in one of the states of the United States, they was dealing with some kind of racial purity issue, right? And they were trying to ensure that certain people remained classed as whites without being without having any other non-whites interbred into their or counted as members of their group or whatever. So this man, Walter Plecker, first of all, they blame it on Walter Plecker, but if you look up Walter Plecker and when this man lived, you're going to see that this is not, if he's the one that they're saying did the reclassification, then it was not an ancient reclassification. It's something that happened in the 1900s, and it was something that happened within a particular state, right? So let's see what it says here. Walter Plecker. It says Walter Plecker was born in 1861, died in 1947. So when he does this reclassification thing, it says he served the Virginia's Bureau of Vital Statistics, serving from 1912 to 1946. He was the leader of the Anglo-Saxon Clubs of America, a white supremacist organization founded in Richmond, Virginia in 1922. So when he did his reclassification business, right, in Virginia, I think it was in Virginia, it was in the 1900s. And it had to do with the fact that he was trying to deal with this whole racial purity thing of whiteness, right? And so he was trying to keep certain people away from whiteness. And I think what he did was he might have, and y'all can read the story. I'm sure you can it's probably on his Wikipedia page or whatever the case is. But just to get the accuracy of it, what he was trying to do was keep Indians and Negroes and so forth away from whites, the white racial classification. So whether he called certain Indians colored people or whatever the case is, that was something that this man did in the 1900s. And that's who I've heard Dane Calloway specifically mention when he was talking about this racial reclassification of so-called Indians, right? And so I think he might have called them colored people or something like that in the Virginia documents of Bureau of Vital Statistics records or something of that nature. But that doesn't have anything to do with anything. It doesn't have anything to do with anything. It's still a side point. It's still a fake, pseudo fallacious argument designed to take people away from the reparations advocacy for those people who bore the burdens of the Negro, Black, and colored slave badges up until this point in time. Those people who are Indians, who know that they're Indians, who are members of those tribes, who are accepted as members of those tribes, who maintain the culture and the customs of those tribes and the languages and the religions and the gods of those tribes, those people don't have an issue with their classification. It's the so-called Black folks who have an issue with the classification at this point. You don't hear the Native Americans talking about they reclassified us as colored people. You realize it's only the Black ones that are saying this shit? Them other people ain't got no problem with that.
No, and bro, why are these indigenous advocates Not really. Why are they saying they're indigenous? Why are they not saying I'm a Choctaw or a Chickasaw or I'm a Creek? Why are they not moving with their nationality? Right? Because they're idiots and they're lost. Why are they not claiming their? And then if they do get to that point, why isn't their mission and their advocacy about being accepted and getting full membership in the tribes they got left out of and kicked out of if that's their plight? Why are they not
Thank you.
asking to get that? Why are you
Thank
directing
you.
your attention to what we're doing with our government and you're not fighting to get full redress with your own government? Because it was the American treaties that released you from the chains of bondage in those oppressive nations. If it wasn't for the 1866, treaties with the Cherokees and the rest of these slave holding Indians, you would still be a slave. You understand? And so you need to thank America. And if you needed some type of reparatory justice, it wouldn't be from America. It would be from them Cherokees. It would be from them Creeks. It would be from them Seminoles. It would be from them. And if you really was genuine about it, you would ask us to help you, because y'all don't have no history of being no goddamn liberators and no overcomers of nothing. Y'all don't have a history of producing civil rights in your nation. That's us. So why aren't you tying in and leaning on the best part of your lineage? You're trying to lean on the weakest part of your lineage, and you're not getting nothing from it. We have produced all of the greatest things in American history, and you want to reject all of that. Y'all are just really sad right now. You need to wake up, family. Wake up, man. Take it.
So, bro, Immortal wants to speak. Immortal had the hand raised for a while. Going, fam.
Well, I got a question. So, yeah, I heard people were saying that, oh, well, if that's who you are, if you got reclassified and enslaved along with other black people, then prove it. You're asking for proof. What would you accept as proof? Like what proof could a person present to you that they are both a descendant of slaves here in the United States and with indigenous ancestry? Like what would a person have to present to you to prove that? That's my first question.
Let me answer that before you go further. There's at least two things that you can show to show that you have slave ancestry in those nations, in one of the Indian nations, right? One of the things you can show is the freedmen roles. There's a young lady that I had mentioned earlier. You probably weren't on when we were speaking earlier. There was a young lady who was in a back and forth exchange with myself and Brother Nyhiem about her Native American ancestry, right? And what I was telling her was that more than likely what you're calling your ancestry is a relationship of master and slave, right? It's more than likely based on your phenotype, meaning the way you look versus the way the majority groups of the 5 civilized tribes look, the way you look, more than likely your relationship or your family's relationship to them was that of master and slave. Now she felt like, oh no, we're by blood. So it may be by blood. There may have been some mixing, but I guarantee you that the crux of your relationship or your family's relationship with them, based on how you look, was that of master and slave. And so what she wound up producing was 2 documents. One piece was from the freedmen's roll of the Chickasaw, and another one was from the freedmen's roll of the Choctaw nations. And what she did was she showed that her ancestors were listed on both the freedmen's roll of each one of those nations. And I said, well, this explains what I'm talking about. You're not a freedman unless you were once enslaved, right? That's the whole purpose of the freedman status. So that's one way of showing it. In terms of the American freedmen, those are the Indian freedmen. But in terms of the American freedmen and being able to show that your ancestry goes back into Negro chattel slavery under the American government, one of the ways that you can show it easily is by hitting what they call the brick wall of 1870, right? For many of us who have slave ancestry, it's almost impossible to go past the 1870 census finding ancestry in the 1860 census. If you have a problem, and this is for everybody listening, if you have a problem passing the 1870 census, going back to the 1860, 1850 censuses, that is a clear indication of slave ancestry. because what we know is that the majority of the slaves past going back past 1870 were not listed by name in federal censuses. They were enumerated in the federal slave schedules, meaning they were listed as a number, a property number that the people or whatever family owned them. Okay, and so when you hit that brick wall, meaning you're trying to trace your family line back and you get to the 1870 census, but you can't get anything past that, that is a clear indication of slave ancestry. So those kinds of things, in my opinion, are acceptable pieces of information as it relates to proving slave ancestry.
That's right. Come on now. Now that's what scholarship sounds like, family. Do you understand the difference in this room? I just want to know, can people tell the difference in this room that we're doing now in the rooms that you see frequently pop up? This is not a let's get emotional and scream and yell and talk about a bunch of nut shit. We understand what the mission is. We understand what the subject matter is, and we have dedicated our lives to mastering this subject matter. Right? We can talk about any part of American history that you want to talk about, and we can go into ancient history too. We can talk about whatever part of this that you have a desire to speak on. And we got hands up. Divine, we're gonna bring you in, but let's get some of these first time speakers to speak and see what they got to say now. Well, now who Ali, you've been tracking who put the hand up first? Is it what's this? I don't even know what this is. I'm gonna mess it up. Is it Farshay La Silencia Laliqua?
That's me. Hi, nice
Say it for me now. Hold on, say it for me now. How do we address you?
It's just you can just address me as Farsha. It's fine.
All right.
Or just Shay.
All right,
yeah,
Farsha.
But I mean, something that you said earlier in terms of being on the indigenous roles and also, versus being the freedmen. I actually, my best friend, she did trace her DNA back to her native parents or her native family in Massachusetts. However, because she has freedman lineage, they don't even want to accept her on the roll. And so, I mean, that's a lot of what's going on as well. When there is clear indication that they are related through the grandfather, I believe, that she was telling me, they don't even want to accept them. They want to use them for funding, like federal funds, but then when it comes to being able to get that funding, whether it's for education or healthcare or whatever, then they're like, no, you're not a part of us. For me, when I did my personal DNA, and I'm not sure if anyone here can tell me, sort of a better DNA than 23andMe, because I know it's always changing. I have like no Native American lineage whatsoever. Like my family is tied to Europe, it's tied to Africa, as they say, like the West African. Also, like Mongolian. Like we're more Mongolian than we are Native American.
Right.
And I knew that from very early on in my childhood, when all of my family, like nobody was saying, oh, we're Indians. Like, no, we're none of those things.
Right.
My parents, my maternal side comes from Georgia. My paternal side comes from North Carolina. So like these original colonies that were, or these original southern states that had a very strong slaveholding population. Everyone in my father's town is called a farrier. They're all either black or white. There's like no in between farriers. There's no, like the school is named Farrier. This entire town, we are farriers, and all of the white people, all of the black people, all have those same last names, which gives a clear indication that my family was owned by a farrier. We were not necessarily, people who were here and then kidnapped and then took to Africa or Portugal or whatever and came back. Like this is the lands that my family comes from. So that's just what I wanted to add. But I also just wanted to ask, in terms of like any type of additional DNA testing, what would you recommend? Is 23andMe legitimate, or are there other legitimate DNAs that you feel are better?
Well, this is what I would say about that. I think they're all about equal as far as I'm concerned, right? And one of the disclaimers that they all put out, and this is very, very interesting, as it relates to people looking for ancient ancestors, right? I don't think it's anything that you can use to find ancient ancestors, not at all, right? Nothing specific. You may be able to find people who share certain genetic traits with you, certain DNA markers, and etc. But you're not going to be able to locate ancient ancestors. I mean, it's not set up to do that. But one of the things that has been pointed out by different biologists, etc., about these DNA companies, that they put disclaimers on their advertisements where they're telling people these things is really for entertainment purposes for the most part, right? And so it's a science, but it's not a science that we can rely on to try to find or pinpoint specific ancestors of the of antiquity and stuff like that. Now, if you were looking for instance, where I've seen situations where people were trying, like say someone was adopted, right, and they don't know their biological family members. And so DNA might be able to help you locate your biological family who are still living, because you know, if their DNA is in certain databases, then you can start drawing matches with somebody who might be your cousin. You know what I'm saying? And so if they find like one of your first cousins, or you know, your biological cousin that you knew nothing about, then now you can get with them. And if that cousin knows your family line, and let's say your cousin's father was the brother of your father who gave you up for adoption or something, and so now that cousin might can tell you about your father and kind of fill in some gaps, etc., for you, right? I think it would be good for stuff like that. But I don't.
Let me,
Go ahead, Nyhiem. Go ahead.
yeah, my bad, bro. I just
Thank
want to
you.
jump in real quick and say I've used 23andMe. I'll have my results. And you know what Brother Ali is saying is 100% correct. The way they map the genetics, they are able to show a relationship between you and another person. Like in my 23andMe, I'll get these notifications that say, "We found a new relative," right? And sometimes it'll say 0.2% distant cousins. Sometimes it'll say 23%. Sometimes it'll say 46%. Sometimes even higher. For instance, a family member on my father's side did 23andMe, and she contacted me. And she was like, is your father named Larry? I was like, yeah. She was like, okay, the Wallace side of the family, that's my side of the family. You know, and we had a conversation. I was like, yeah, you know, she named my grandmother and the people on that side of the family. So you can use that to match up with current family members genetically, but like Ali said, it's not going to it's not going to say you're from the Dahomey tribe or you're from, you know, particular tribes in Africa, as has been hotly contested by African ancestry DNA.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And at this point, for me, I mean, I don't, you know, obviously my right and antiquated African ancestry is there. However, my like who I am as a person, I know that my family is from this soil here where I sit.
Mm-hmm.
And so, you know, we're not connected to Africa in any way. We don't have any family there. Nobody's looking for us. Nobody, like all of my family is either in Georgia, is North
Mm-hmm.
Carolina, or somewhere on the East Coast. You know, we have family that migrated to out here in California, but obviously just grandparents, great grandparents. And it was said that my grandmother, who was born in 1898, both of her parents were children as slaves, and then of course as they were emancipated, right? But they were
Wow.
children. And so then what kind of gets a little bit fuzzy obviously is, you know, census roles, family taking on different names of people that they're not really related to, those kinds of things, because they're trying to create their own family. And so
Right.
on my maternal side, it's been a little bit more difficult to pinpoint, exactly where my family is, where exactly we were from, who were our slaveholders, like those types of things, because the names have changed and shifted dozens of times for whatever reason that no one wants to explain.
Absolutely.
So,
Like
it's
I ain't
just
got
not
no
really
aunties in
easier.
Africa. I ain't got no uncles in Africa. I can't tell you an auntie, an uncle, a cousin, or
Right.
nobody over there. My
No.
family is from right here in the good old United States of
And
America.
if anything, anybody who may be related to us in Africa will be distant cousins.
That's
Distant
right.
like removed, several times removed distant cousins. That's what they would be, cousins. Not uncles, aunts, or anything like that. They would be
Yeah,
cousins.
that's too
That's right.
far removed, and they would be far distant cousins. That the
That's right.
separation of the bloodline, you almost are not even related anymore. And I know, like, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I know the science, and most people don't understand the science of breeding, right? And how to breed, and like what a tight bred bloodline looks like with genetic traits, so on and so forth, and what a loose bred bloodline looks like. And so people just don't know enough to be talking as much as they do. So Black Seed and then Denise, what
Yeah,
y'all got?
let's go.
Hey, what's up, fam?
Peace, bro.
Peace. What's
Actually,
going on, brother?
y'all did a good job. I was gonna hop in. I was trying to figure out how to put my hand up around the time where Ali was talking about Plecker, but y'all did a good job. So I'm gonna fall back. Appreciate y'all.
One love.
Honest,
All
brother.
right, bet. Denise, what you got?
All right, nice to meet you, Logic and Mr. Ali. Hi, Nyhiem.
Peace,
Thank you for
family.
Peace,
hosting.
Peace.
peace.
My phone's ringing.
Of course. Of course.
That's fine. What's up,
Hmm.
Divine? Mr. Engagement. I appreciate you, Miss Kelly. I appreciate you three very, very, very much. I have a list, just a couple things. Let me get it run down. I am a
Hmm.
descendant of Black American freedmen. Uh,
Hmm.
and I think I heard the question of like, what is possessing people to actually take this route? And in a space with Divine earlier, I just wanted to point out is some food for thought that the term that we heard today was Black presenting mixed people who are finding out that they may not be able to claim in the freedman stance in some way or the freedmen's
Mm.
claim in one way or another, and maybe a reason why
Mm,
attempting to divert this conversation.
I ain't even
Wow.
think of that.
Yeah, that's deep.
Yeah,
Word.
it's very, very, very deep. And my personal opinion is it could be just, back to that leaders and followers type of thing. It could be a narcissism where people just want to be in charge or want to be the one that's giving the information. I just get some weird like we should be learning vibe happening when I enter spaces or when these people enter our space and want to have a conversation. Um, as far as the indigenous piece of it, to me, it reminds me a lot of what the Moors are doing, because at the basis of it, it's a sovereignty claim they would have to reject. Or
Hmm.
I'm not rejecting my citizenship. What my family has
Come on.
fought for, that I grew up with. Y'all went back 5 generations, and that's like blowing my mind. It's astounding and amazing. But what I know right now to my grandparents and what the fight that they done, there's no goddamn way. Just put it like that. I'm not going to give up my sovereignty for nobody. And I think many of us in this room feel that same way. We know
Hmm.
that. I love how you said, Miss Kelly, that we really are just dusting off the paperwork that our ancestors had for us and set up a path for us. And that's why, we got so much motivation and feel like this is a path forward for us that we can find success and find this success quickly. So I appreciate you all for that. As far as like the other thing that we heard Divine space was the solidarity. And I believe it was Divine who said this. So like a lot of props to you for this, because acknowledge that we are not the same. If you are indigenous, you're going off after your sovereignty claim. Solidarity means that you understand what we doing. You're not trying to change what we doing, and then we can support you. And so that's the immaturity that is being presented in my opinion, that people stay in your lane, figure out your lane, and stop trying to take other people what other people are already doing. It's disrespectful. It's annoying. It's irritating, and that when that space came out, said Freedmen versus Native, I went in there and I had to tweet that, like, I'm confused, because to me it sounds like Native versus African. This shouldn't even be a debate about what we claim over here. It was offensive, and it was designed
Right.
to take attention away from us, and that is infiltration. That becomes a op. We think you are op. You showing op stuff. You doing stuff that is COINTELPRO. What is suspicious, and it's unacceptable what we've got going on right now. I thought I was
Indeed.
I apologize.
It's mission driven.
Rambling.
No, nah. You good,
No,
fam.
you're good. You're good. Get it out. Get it out. What you got? You
I
good?
want to say this. There was a question about what kind of provide, and I didn't know if I understood that correctly based off of the answer that I heard. But what I have to say about that is, who even cares on this reparations claim? You don't got to provide no proof of nothing, because I don't even care. I'm not giving up my citizenship under no basis whatsoever.
Right.
So it's a moot point. I appreciate y'all time, and the attention and energy that you put into these efforts is seen. Is beautiful. Thank you very much.
One love. One love.
Good, man. We appreciate that, and we love to see all the freedmen waking up one by one. You see, and
Right.
what I want to tell you is that I love the way you introduce yourself, but I want to even take it a step further. You're not just a descendant; you are a descendant of freedmen, but you. Right. This status is generational. It's passed, it's handed down from generation to generation, just like this, because it's a status, right? And just like the immigrants, you got first, second, third generation immigrants, you got first, second, third generation freedmen. And so you're not only a descendant of freedmen, but you are a freedman yourself today, right? You still hold that same status today because your bloodline is connected to the first people who got the status, and they passed that status to you. That status is your birthright, right? You inherited that status, right, from coming through that connection. And that's all I want to say about that. I want everybody to understand that, like, we're not just descendants, we are freedmen. That's all I wanted to want people to know.
Yeah, I got the chills off of that. Thank you very much.
No doubt.
No doubt.
All right, so let's see who was next.
But let's get some first timers. I thought I seen some first timers. They must have fell off. I thought it was one more person. If not, we can re-engage. But I thought I saw some more first time speakers up here. I guess not.
I apologize. One last thing.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I noticed that JL was in the space earlier, and it saddens me. Well, it's typical, I should say it that way, but I feel that it would have been a good thing for her to actually stay in here and get some understanding.
We'll go invite her back. Go DM her. Tell her to come on back.
Here. She's only going to go where the people is going to applaud what she's saying.
Well, go and get her. But go and get her, though. Go get her. Tell her to come on back.
Oh, she was in here.
She was
she was in here. Yeah, she was in here.
Man, I missed that. I don't.
Yeah, bring her up. Tell her to come back. Tell her to come back. DM her. Tell her to come on back. Let's see what she got. So, black. I think he was the first one that Reed put his hand back up, or was it Immortal? One of
Immortal had some. I think Immortal had something else he wanted to ask. Go ahead, Immortal.
I wanted to ask. My understanding is that the same governmental entities that created the status of freedmen also abolished that status. Is that true or not? Or is there somewhere I can go right now and say, well, here I can trace my lineage back, and here I got documentation. Now I want whatever benefits me as a freedman. Like, where can I go right now and utilize that status? Because my understanding is that status was abolished. Is this
the bad guy? Is this the bad guy from yesterday?
The bad guy. It's the bad guy. But you ain't gonna never see a bad guy like me, though.
So
Sure,
peep it, right?
sure. You have, well, you want it or you want me to get it?
I mean, I'll go
Go
first.
ahead, get it, man.
For brother bad guy, right? Brother bad guy. So look, I think we kind of went over yesterday the freedman status, right? No status was abolished, right? You're not going to find any law abolishing the freedman status. You won't find any Supreme Court rulings abolishing the freedman status, anything like that, right? Even to this day, you have people being acknowledged as freedmen, right? Just recently, Maxine Waters, right? Just what did she do? She was just advocating on behalf of the freedmen, right, of the Indian tribes, right? Because the Indian tribes are mistreating their freedmen, right? And so you can Google that if you want. Maxine Waters speaking on behalf of the freedmen. You can Google that.
Right, and those are U.S. freedmen, right? Through U.S. through United States treaties, right? And but you don't even get a United States freedman through treaty rights, but and until you have an American freedman status, right? So the American freedmen precede the U.S. freedmen. And with that being said, there is no policy saying that all those who had the freedman status will no longer be recognized as freedmen. There is no law that has ever been passed like that or even argued, to my knowledge, right? And so you have to know it. They're not going to, no legislator, no governor, no mayor is going to knock on your door and say, why aren't you using the freedman status? You need to come to my office and let's talk. You, as the citizen, have to know your own status. That's a part of your civic obligation. And civics is that part of political science that focuses on the responsibilities and duties of citizenship.
Right,
You have
right.
to know your
I agree with
own
all that. So
status.
I'm dumb though.
So
I'm dumb though.
hold on,
And what I'm asking is,
hold on, Immortal. Hold on, Immortal. Hold on, bad guy. Relax. These bad guys don't have good manners. And so you have to understand that for yourself. And then you take that knowledge. And like I said yesterday, you go get the records. You go to your historical preservation society, and I'll bet you $1 to a donut, you'll find a treasure chest of freedmen historical records archived in your own state records. You take that and then you organize, right? You have an organization, right? That's called an interest group, advocating for the interest of a group. You take that and you go to your mayor's office, you go to your city council, you go to your general assembly, you go to your governor and say, we are the freedmen of today. These are our family members and ancestors. These are their valuable contributions to this great state and this great city. We would want official recognition from the city or the state, right? And then you can work on creating offices of Freedmen Affairs. You can create programs centered around Freedmen activity. You can create economic revitalization programs for Freedmen. You can do all things. It's only limited to your own political imagination. And so we have to stop asking why aren't things done and start asking what can we do? Because it's really limited to your own advocacy and your own political imagination. And so if you are desirous of seeing these things, and I hope that you're desirous of seeing these things, start working to those ends. Because like Arthur Ward said yesterday, it has gone without attention because we've gotten away from it. We read from Carter G. Woodson's book and said we left the name alone and started clinging to other names, right? And so we left the status. We stopped working and moving with the status. The only thing to revitalize that and resurrect that is to do what we're doing right now, is to start accepting that status, proclaiming that status, and doing our business underneath that status. And so when you go and when you get the pen, you write Freedmen on it, right? They're not going to write Freedmen on it for you. You write Freedmen on it. You tell them that you send a petition to your city council and say, we want to recognize the freedmen here in the city of wherever. And you got to do that advocacy work. You have to do the work. Anything else is work avoidance. You understand? And so with the question I have for you, Immortal, are you willing to answer the call and do the work that needs to be done? Are you willing to do the work?
Yeah, and one of the things that the work needs to be done is if you want a recognized status, then like you said, you're going to have to do it yourself. And I don't know how any of the things that you mentioned would accomplish that, but I know that if we were to create a bill and include that status in a bill, and then begin shopping that around to our representatives,
Do you
that
only
we
know
could
of one? Do
codify
you only know? Let me
that
ask you
status.
something, Immortal. Let me ask you something. Do you only understand the workings of one branch of government, or do you know that there's three
I
branches of
understand
government?
all 9
And
areas
so,
of human
so,
activity.
so, no, you don't. I don't believe that, right? Because you keep talking about a bill, which a bill is useful, but you don't
Okay.
believe the executive. You don't believe in the executive power. You don't believe in the executive power or judicial power.
I believe in the power that we have as the people
Do
that's
you answer
enumerated
my
for
question?
us.
Answer my question.
Yeah, I
Do
believe in
you
all those
believe in
powers. I
executive
believe in
power?
all those powers.
Okay,
Now,
so
which
a
powers were
proclamation is an
delegated to the people?
executive. Hold on now. No, what you keep talking about? What powers are delegated to? What is immortal? And that I'm sure that whatever. What is immortal doing to get those powers enacted and get access to those powers? They exist, but immortal ain't going around telling his governor he's a freedman, is he? He's not going to his city council saying I'm a freedman and
I
I
wouldn't waste my
demand these.
breath. I would
Why are
to
you
my
in this
city
space?
council, I would
How
submit
about this is what you do? Hold your
legislation
breath.
that was
Hold your
written
breath.
by
How
us.
about you hold your breath? Hold your breath for a minute. How about you just hold your breath, right? Because you
You're
just
very
said you
rude.
didn't. Because I don't care about being rude to a bad guy. You're a bad guy, self-proclaimed. I don't got to be nice to a bad guy. A
You ain't
bad
gonna
guy
never
don't
see a
get to.
bad guy like me though.
And what? Oh, a bad guy like you who doesn't even know how to get nothing done, right? He's on here asking questions out of ignorance, saying that I don't know how to do that, and I don't know how that would be powerful because you don't know. So an ignorant bad guy is ineffective, and you're an interloper, and you're being disruptive, and I'm gonna treat you how you represent yourself. You're
That's a fact.
ignorant, and you don't know nothing, and you're
And
coming
don't
up
put
here
it
with all this ignorant, goofy shit because you're a goofy. You're a goofy, brother. And we don't have time for clowns. This ain't a circus. We're doing real work here. And if you don't understand the power of a proclamation, you're a clown. You're a clown. So get off of Twitter and go get to work. You need to go study because you're a goofball, my brother. Who is a serious person that has something to say? Can a serious person raise their hand?
What's that, Black Star
All
Media?
right.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a I'm not here to disagree much, but I do have a statement. Or I know that somebody previously said, so just so we have our arguments concise. So somebody has stated that, all right, so if we are Native Americans, or if we were Native Americans, why don't we speak a Native American language? Or where's the culture, where's the religion and all that stuff? But I mean, we were stripped from our history. So we don't speak any African languages over here either. So so this is just a part of the experience that we went through. So all this,
Black Star Media. I don't know how long you've been in the space, but we've made a historical correction to call these indigenous groups and these nations who have already self-identified as nations of Cherokee, Choctaw, Chickasaw. None of them call them their nations America. So when you say Native America or Native American, you're actually talking about those foundational American citizens who fought in the American Revolution, were early Americans producing America. So the Native American language is actually and it's an actual fact. It's American English, not the Queen's English. It's American English. That's the native language of Americans. So all that other stuff is just it's not true. So there is no Native American language that's of another tongue than American English.
Well, basically indigenous. So basically, somebody like a statement that was made, an argument that some people make is, all right, if we are indigenous, Indians, or whatever you want to call them, Aboriginal. I'm talking about the people that we know as Aboriginal on the reservations. Why don't we, Black people of America, speak these indigenous languages, these indigenous pre-American, pre-United States of America languages? Why don't we speak these languages? Why don't we have these cultures? But the same thing could be said that we don't speak the African languages. We didn't really practice the African culture because we were stripped totally of all of our history.
Let me
So
jump in. Let me jump in.
it's part of the experience that we went through. We were removed from all that. I'm not saying that we are indigenous, but I want to say that's the best reasoning, because somebody could just be like, hey, well, we don't speak any African languages because we were stripped from everything.
Black Star Media, let me ask you a question. You have an Olmec statue stone on your profile. Let me ask
Right, I
about the
do.
Olmecs. What
Right.
connection to the Olmecs do the Freedmen have?
What connection to the Olmecs? The Olmecs are South America. That's a South American ancient civilization. We don't really have any. That's a complete. The same connection we have to the Olmecs is the same connection we have to the ancient Egyptians or the ancient Indians or the ancient Sumerians. It's just the ancient civilization of people who the phenotype is of black people. So that's just an ancient thing.
There is
That's
no
an ancient thing.
relation in
Doesn't have anything to
There
do with
is no
us walking.
relation, right? There is no relation in phenotype. You get different phenotype and different complexions from different people all over the world, and that doesn't establish relation. That doesn't connect bloodline. There are no Olmecs.
I didn't say. I'm not saying that
challenge.
it's a connected bloodline. I'm just saying that this is an
Okay.
ancient civilization that has certain, features. Just like how some people
So,
might use
so
an
here's
Egyptian.
my question.
Nobody,
Here's my
even
question.
people
Black
in West
Star
Africa.
Media. Black Star Media. Hold on, brother. Here's my question. Who stripped the black indigenous people of their language?
Who stripped the black indigenous people of the language? The same people that put the same people that put the indigenous people on the reservations, and the same people that stripped the enslaved Africans of their language and everybody else.
That brings about another question. Wait, hold on, brother. That brings about another question. Why didn't they strip the people that they put on the reservations, the other people, the non-black people, of their language? Why only the black people?
Many of them don't speak their language. They put them into re-education camps to re-civilize, kill the Indian, save the man.
Okay, so
they
you say
they strip everybody of their culture.
Okay, so
that's a global thing.
Can you name a few of the tribes that don't speak their language because they were stripped by, let's just say,
tribes that these new tribes today, they weren't the real tribes. Like the real tribes have their own. These tribes today are amalgamations of former tribes, of true indigenous tribes. And they have real names. So even then, they're the indigenous people, whether you're talking about the red Indian or whatever you think they are, whoever you think their identity is, whether they're brown, light, dark, black, they were stripped of their identity too, on a wholesale as well. So but basically everybody over here has been stripped. That's why we're going through this. That's why we're going through these issues, because we're trying to find our true identity. So I'm just saying,
I'm trying to walk with you, brother. I'm trying to walk with you.
Right.
Just chill for 1 second. I'm trying to walk with you because you're making claims, and I'm asking for specifics, right? So if you were to say to me, why are we not speaking our our languages from Africa? Well, the answer is simple. We were captured from various different tribes. We were brought over on slave ships, and we were taught the English to communicate with the people who had enslaved us, right? So we can give a clear historical answer to that question. So when I ask a question about when did the indigenous people get stripped of their language, there shouldn't be any goalpost movement. There should be a clear, concise, historical explanation as to why. So those languages weren't lost. Let's just say the Arabic language. It wasn't lost because lighter skinned people came in from the surrounding regions in the Levant, etc., into Arabia. And I mean, now you would never know that Arabia was a quote unquote black dominated area way back in the days. But that amalgamation didn't stop the language from being spoken. So
I'm not trying to say that they're not the indigenous. That's the thing. I'm not trying to say that they're not the indigenous people or they're not Indians. I'm just saying that the argument that because some people will say, oh, we don't speak any of these Indian languages, how are we Indian? Well, we don't speak any African languages. How are we African? We are descendants of Africans. So and I understand and as we should provide absolute facts. We should provide tribal names and things. So I'll say I do have a list of southern eastern woodland tribes. It's the Shawnee, Powhatan, and Wako.
Okay, wait. What languages did the Shawnee and the Powhatan, if I'm saying that correctly, speak?
Well, hold on. Before that, let's deal with what he said first. Hold on. Before that, let's deal with what you said first, right? Because I heard that a lot too. Some people say we don't speak none of the African languages, so how we? First and foremost, we're not African. once you understand how and I'm gonna put this resource in the chat too, and it's an article called "How Slavery Changed the DNA," right? And so once you have that, and this is what I say, you really have to understand the science of procreation and breeding, right? And so you're not and first of all, African is an arbitrary term because there's so many different tribes, there's so many different nations in Africa. To say African that makes it seem like they're all one people or one group. And so all of them don't speak the same language, right? And so we're not African, we are Americans. And because of this situation, this strange situation in America, and the strange breeding practices that happened, you had certain former Africans who were bred together who under natural circumstances would have never intermixed. And it was done in such a way that, like, so to give an analogy, I used to breed pit bulls, right? And so I understand the history of how the pit bull was created. And so the pit bull became its own breed and has its own pedigree, but it is a mixture of different kinds of bulldogs. So it's not the English bulldog. It can't be the English, even though it has some of the English bulldog in it. It can't be the bull mastiff because it's not solely a bull mastiff anymore. So much mixing came into the creation of the American pit bull that it has its own classification now, its own registry, its own pedigree. It's the American pit bull, and it has its own bloodline families. Right. And so I'm liken that to the human experience in America. And because of the slaves were mixed to such a degree that they are not what they used to be anymore because of a scientific process. This is a process of science. It created a new people in a new place. Right. And so now we are the only people who are truly American. Like it was from an American experience that created these American people through a science of breeding, crossbreeding, line breeding, and selective breeding. And so now we are a new people. So we're not Africans, brother. Even though we know we have ancestry that goes back to Africa, we ourselves are not Africans. We are Americans and the foundational Americans.
And the question
I understand that. I understand that.
Hold on one second. I'm gonna let you go right in because I want you to finish. The question that Nyhiem is asking is what he's saying to you is why is it that the black ones, right, and to let the black Indians tell it, they're Indians, right? They're not even mixed. They're actually Indians. Unlike black Americans who are an amalgamated people, the black Indians are just Indians. So the question is, why did the black Indians get stripped of the language and the culture and the customs and the religions and the gods and the clothing and the foods and all of these things? Why is the black ones got stripped of everything like that when the other ones who live on the reservations still maintain those things? And the black ones are not even that far apart from them generation-wise. 1866 is where this thing really kind of breaks apart. So that's not even that far back. How is it that the black ones are so far removed from everything that identifies you as an Indian, and these other people still maintain all of these things?
Well, I'll say that a lot of these other people don't maintain all these things. A lot of Indians don't speak their true language. A lot of them don't practice this old religion. Even, for example, Mexicans in Mexico or whatever. A lot of Mexicans are descendants of Spaniards, but a lot of Mexicans are descendants of indigenous people. But you look at the brown Mexican, none of them, for the most part, they speak Spanish. They speak the language of the person who forced them to speak Spanish. They don't know anything about their old religion. They don't know anything about their old culture. They refer to
all right, now we now
talk
to us. But okay, that's a different historical experience. We understand the history of Portugal. We understand the history of when the conquistadors went into Mexico. We understand that, and we can give historical references as to why. We're asking you, because like nobody is claiming to be, from my knowledge, these Mexican. They're not saying they're Aztecs. They're not saying they're Mayans. They're not saying they're Olmecs and whatnot. They're saying that they're Cherokee, Choctaw, Chickasaw, Creek, so on and so forth. So explain that history. That's the history we're focused on. So we can't use a non sequitur argument and do a false comparison to something that has a specific history all the way on the other side of the continent, because they don't say that they're Comanches, they don't say that they're Kiowas, they don't say that they're Apaches. That's not the people that they claim to be. So the purpose of specificity, how specifically did these particular groups get stripped? That's what we're asking.
They got stripped. There was a whole process. Even if you Google the term "kill the Indian, save the man," people were forced into re-education camps, boarding schools, in other words, where they were not allowed to practice their history, where they were forced to speak English, where it was forced to take on the culture of white European people. In this case, in America, the English. So it's the same thing. Everybody.
But was it made illegal to speak their language?
Was it made illegal to speak their language?
Yes.
I'm sure. Well, was it illegal?
So what you're talking about is one giving up their culture and giving up.
Basically, if you speak your own language, you're forced to go to a boarding camp. So that is basically.
No, that's not how that worked. These educational camps were something that was desirous, so that they could amalgamate and be called civilized, right? And so in the effort of being civilized and doing business with the European nations, they had educational camps. They weren't forced into these camps by the gun or the sword. These were training institutions to teach them how to do business better with the European colonials and the Europeans who was doing business as Americans. And so that's something very different when you say that they were stripped, right? And so we have evidence and historical records of people living on, like this is living with the Cherokees and other nations, and their names are Frank and their names are Buck. While at the same time, the leaders of those nations still have indigenous names and do indigenous language speaking and do indigenous practices. So let's not do that, right? And so we understand that there is a difference between that. And so these people were bilingual. They spoke their tribal language in their tribunals and then they're doing their cultural business, but they learned English just like immigrants learn English so that they can do business in America. These nations learned English so that they can do business with Americans. And so that's what that was. So that's not a stripping like we were stripped of our, it was actually illegal for us to speak our language to each other and communicate that way. And we had to come up with other terms. We can point you to the legislation that banned original tongues being spoken on plantations. We can point you to those legislative acts that made it illegal. And so what we're asking before we go on to the next person, because there's other people who want to speak, right? We're saying that that's not, like, we're trying to blend and braid history together, and it does not mix. These are not the same events, right? And so those things did not happen, bro.
Okay, so I'll ask a question on this. So are you saying that they were not? And so you're saying that basically the Indians here that spoke the Indian languages, etc., they were not forced. They weren't forced by the gun or forced by, being put into concentration camps.
That burden of proof.
They weren't stripped of that.
The burden of proof is on you, brother, because you're the one that's really making that claim. So you have to provide the documentation that show that the Native Americans or Indians or whatever term people want to use were forced by the American government, whether it was by some form of physical force or some type of legislative decree, to whereas they could not speak their own language.
And we know that's not true because we hired them into the United States military. We know that they were still speaking their language because we used them as what they call spirit talkers to do when we were doing certain wars and military campaigns. We knew that they still spoke their language, and we used that to transfer codes and secret messages in their language because it was beneficial to operational security, right? So if we strip them from the language, language, how do we then later incorporate them into military operations to code information and secret and sensitive information and practices? So, brother, thank you for what you brought to the table. And
I have some
Yeah,
citations I could show,
to
but
the
I'll
next
just.
person.
All right, bring it back
I want
later,
to
bro.
follow up.
We're gonna move to the next person. Save it. We're gonna come back to you. We're gonna come back to you.
All right.
So, Arthur Ward, come on, bro. What you got?
Yeah, I wanted to tell the brother that, language, it actually falls more so on the side of utility, more so than cultural carrying. You understand? It's more important for it to have utility. Me knowing an African language here in America has no utility for me whatsoever. Okay? And then when I went to Africa, I've been to more African countries than Africans. I've been to 14 countries in Africa. And even though I might have known an African language, even in Africa, it would have very limited utility because there's so many different languages in Africa. Where I got by is because of the utility of two, what I call bridge languages that you find throughout Africa, and that's English and French. Those are the two bridge languages that are spoken by people all over Africa. And even though you may only speak English, that way you can still communicate. African culture did not stop us from being enslaved. So I don't have a lot of respect for it in that sense. Matter of fact, it was African culture that caused us to be enslaved. And then when we stepped on those slave ships, that line was drawn. We're no longer African, and the creation of America is coincident with us landing here in America. We are actually the ones that established and developed America. So I just want to make that clear to the brother.
Man, we appreciate that, OG. That's excellent points. Thank you for that. Truth Seeker, what you got?
I just wanted to change the subject real quick.
No, we're not changing the subject. We're on a subject.
That's interesting. That's interesting. Read the title of the group. It's
it's within that.
Okay, come on, man. Okay, go ahead, man. A man said he wanted to change the title of the group.
Change the whole title of the group.
Go ahead, Truth Seeker. We just messing with you. Go ahead.
Make him a co-host, Roger. Make him a co-host.
Right.
I was just wondering, what are y'all what are y'all's thoughts on a lot of these other identity extremist groups? For example, the Black Hebrews, or the groups of our people who claim Egypt or ancient Kemet.
All of these are
that's not really germane to the topic tonight. We can go in on that for days on end. I got a question for you, Truth Seeker. Are you a freedman?
I don't really identify with that term, but yes, based on
what do you mean? What do you mean you don't identify with the term? Do you have ancestry who were slaves in the United States of America? So why don't you identify with that term?
Because it's limited to America. Our history goes beyond America.
But your history, I'm talking about you. We're not talking. Hold on, Truth Seeker. You say you're seeking the truth, but you don't accept the status of freedman because of some ancient history. So are you a citizen of the United States of America? Is that ancient history, being a citizen? Do you accept being a citizen of the United States of America?
Yes.
Are you a citizen? So that's not ancient history. So why don't you throw that away too?
No, wait, I don't get what you're asking.
Well, I know you don't. But so you're saying you don't accept the term freedman. You say you don't accept the term freedman because that's not all of your history. Well, American citizenship isn't all of your history either. So why do you accept the American citizenship, but not the political status that comes with having ancestry, being enslaved in America, and then later being liberated and freed and having the political status of freedman?
Is the term freedman an official political status?
Yes.
Absolutely. Go to congress.com, go to congress.gov and keyword search freedmen, and you will see thousands and thousands of documents explaining the political status of freedmen and what it means and its historical application in the United States of America.
Okay, if that's correct, then yes, I do identify it.
All right. Thank you. We're gonna take you. We're gonna go back to. We're gonna go to the next person. Thank you. Speaker, hold on. Who is this? They don't even have a name. Unknown 266. This is scary. Keelan, why you got with Keelan? What's going on? Why are you so cryptic, bro?
I'm banned from Twitter, man. I'm banned from Twitter. So my friend,
Hey, you've been
let me use
banned
his
from
burner
Twitter for a
account.
long.
Yo, Keelan, what are you doing, Keelan?
Time,
How you get banned for Twitter for so long? Jeez, Keelan, you cutting up on Twitter.
I used to make some wild comments, man. I ain't gonna lie.
What you got, Keelan? Come on, bro.
Well, I was gonna say, man, because my whole life, man, I've been hearing from my families talking about we Native American. I know it's not true. But I was gonna say the easiest way to debunk these people who claim we Indigenous Native Americans or whatever is rice. It's literally rice. Rice is not indigenous to America. Like rice came from us. Whenever the slaves who came in between the 1600s and 1700s, that came from us. They said if cotton was king in the South, rice was queen.
Rice was queen. Rice was queen. That's right. You got the Gullah Geechees. You got the Gullas and the Geechees of the Carolina Sea Islands. Come on now.
Rice, we cultivated rice. If without us, there's no rice in America. I'm gonna start asking people. All right, so if we are indigenous to America, why is it that Native Americans would starve because they ran out of meat and they couldn't stretch their mills like how we stretch mills, or couldn't bring, or they didn't have the skills of farming? I've been reading about African history for a long time and knowing which distinct ethnic groups we come from, because people keep trying to say we're not Africans because we don't know where we come from. No, you haven't researched where you come from in Africa. It's called the Hausas, the Mandikas, the Mendi tribes, the Fulani, all those even different tribes in Africa. If you research, you can clearly see where we come from. There's even records of where we come from in slavery in America. So all that stuff is BS. It's people who are lazy. They don't want to do any research and learn the actual history in Africa. Because you got to remember, Africa wasn't even Africa then. Like people keep forgetting that that is a made up term. Nigeria is a European term.
Africa started out as a province, right? It was a province in where was it? Carthage, right? And then that got attributed to the whole entire continent. But it started out as just a province in Carthage, and so that's not even the indigenous name to that continent. None of the Aboriginal people to that continent called the continent Africa. And that's another misnomer, right? But I'm interested in why Truth Seeker. I've sent Truth Seeker back to the crowd, and he's requested to come back. I want to know, why are you back, Truth Seeker? What's going on, man? You can go ahead and speak. What's going on, man?
I just wanted to piggyback on what you were saying.
I'm gonna go right back to you, Keelan. Hold up. I just want to know why Truth Seeker is back.
Oh, I just wanted to piggyback on what you were saying. That's very similar to the term Ethiopia, the name Ethiopia, in Greek Aethiops. That title was originally in reference to the landmass, which is now considered Ethiopia, and a lot of the land surrounding it, but it later got attributed to the whole entire continent of Africa, of quote unquote Africa. So
that did happen.
And even like the Atlantic Ocean, the original name was the Ethiopian Ocean. If you look at the old maps from like the 1600s.
Right. because that's when cartography started to really become popular in the 1600s, and you had all these different map makers, these cartographers making maps, right? And so you had different kind of maps that looked different, that had different names of things. And so, right, until warfare started spreading global empires, did you start getting these standardized versions of the maps. And so when colonialism was born, you started really having these maps, these earlier maps destroyed, right? And so some of them are still archived, but you are correct in that. So you have been seeking some truth. I see that. I see that. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job.
And I was gonna say, because they always try to say, like they do a lot of meme history, man, where they like post pictures of people with their skin talking about we copper color. I'm like, dude, it's literally people in India who are darker than me, Nyhiem, and Logic, and they ain't got no relation to us at all.
And they'll curse you out. And they'll curse you out if you call them. They'll curse you out if you call them black. They'll curse you out.
Like, because everybody know a black meme. Those people are not.
Hey, let me give y'all a tidbit of the history and the misusage of that history. They used the 1828 Webster's Dictionary.
Rewind, because a lot of that got lost with the background noise. Rewind the 1828 copper color. Go ahead.
The 1828 copper colored Indians, right? This is that Webster's Dictionary that they use, right? To say that the original Americans were copper colored. And they put a dirty penny on their head to say, look, who else is this color? But if you look at a freshly, newly minted penny, it is going to have its original copper look. If you Google copper right now, you're going to see the color of copper, which doesn't match our skin in the least. The other point to note is that, wait, real quick. The other point to note is that in this same dictionary, they have two other entries. One is for Moor, and the other one is for Negro. Moor is described or defined as the dark people of the continent of Africa. They don't want to use the term Negro, right, for the Moors because of the accomplishments. And Negro is the name that we get basically here in America. Both of these entries are in that same exact dictionary. So we're trying to put the family up on game so that they won't be confused by these people and their tactics. We debunked these people like 7-8 years ago.
Yeah, and then I want to highlight something too, right? Because the bad guy, like, look at these clowns, right? This dude, Immortal Melanin, because he could not properly and under an intelligent tone represent his positions and ideas, he goes and makes a tweet, which I put in the Jumbotron. He said, "These freedmen dudes are the feds. They will lead you around in a circle, accomplishing nothing but waiting your time. And now, because you don't like that we didn't let the people suffer through your foolishness, we're feds." Like, you see people like these type of people, you cannot accept these people into our circles. So because his feelings are hurt, we're federal operatives because we didn't allow him to have unlimited time to talk about nonsense and nothingness. Yeah, but we're feds.
This is what I was talking about, though, when I said about influencers, because either we're going to be grifters or we're going to be agents and feds. Here we go. Watch.
You prophesized it, and it didn't even take long for the revelation to come. Look at that, Kelly. I'm glad you're here, just prophesizing things into existence. Look at that.
Also, I was going to say this. So a lot of these indigenous people, that's claiming indigenous, I'm just going to be real with you, man. A lot of them probably hated growing up being Black, American, and they couldn't find anything to make them feel special. So now they're trying to cling to this.
That's right.
I've seen a lot of tweets of them saying, "Yeah, y'all believe the white man taught us everything, how we farm in America. We couldn't do that in Africa." Dude, you don't know history because the Hausa and the Fulani and all those tribes back then literally were farmers in the native countries, and they were architects, scientists. That's right. I mean, think about America pre us. What was built here?
Now you're talking.
When we came here, what got built? The White House.
That's right.
Even our own architecture. these people are trying to cling to. I'm just gonna be real with it and say what they were. These people are trying to cling to losers, man. These people
Losers,
accomplish.
brother.
These people
Nothing.
accomplish nothing in America. They built nothing in America. Go look at how look at how where they live at, and go look compared to how we live and what we built in our areas. It's literally still architecture in Virginia and South Carolina that we built from that time period and when we got out of slavery. All right.
Yes, yes.
So if we're so indigenous, why is it that in 7 years of Reconstruction, living in domestic terrorism, we had 100 years of accomplishments compared to people who had been indigenous to America and they hadn't built anything? Do you
Talk
know
to him,
why?
Keelan.
Do you know why that is? Because we were skilled people already when we came over here. We were farmers, architects, scientists.
That's the whole reason why we were brought over here.
Here,
That's the whole
literally
reason
the
why we
whole
were brought
reason.
over here.
They thought they'd do it with them, but they couldn't last because they didn't have the skills.
Because they
had to
didn't
go-
have the skills. Come
Like,
on, Keelan.
And first of all, I'm just saying, like, look at yourself in the mirror and go look at how certain Africans look. I look similar to Joel Embiid, and I know Africans come from a lot of regions where Cameroon is today. Like Logic, we look like probably people from that region.
That's
it's
right.
so easy to do this to do this history, and this is science as well, because I want all these people to go do DNA tests. They try to say, "Oh, your ancestry.com, you can't trust them. That's white people stuff." Dude, that excuse is dumb to me. Stop saying everything is. You believe everything is a white man's creation, not us. Like,
that's right.
That's a projection of how
That's
you
right.
feel.
you right? No, wait, hold on. You believe the white man stripped us of everything. You believe the white man did this. You believe the white man did that. But you don't want to believe in the science because you say it came from white people. The science that would debunk your theory. Come on, man.
Like,
Hey,
that's
that's
what I got to say, man. Because like they just say too
Man,
much
Keelan, you
widow
on
stuff.
fire, bro.
And speaking of their favorite guy, they love to quote Young Diesel, aka Dane Calloway. Y'all believe in a failed rapper instead of real scientists and real black historians.
And the name Calloway is Irish.
Like,
and like this dude is the one who is the father of all this nonsense, and he's talking about he's Aboriginal. He got an Irish last name. What is he talking about?
Well, what kind of name is his first name? What kind of name is Dane? Is that
Dane.
Danish?
It's Danish. It's Danish. So he's Danish and Irish by name, but he's Aboriginal by proclamation on YouTube. This dude is a clown. And when this dude goes, and what the sad part is, and I think it's because of so much immigration that has happened in America, when he opens up his live streams, this dude be having like 50,000 people listening to that bullshit. That's how dangerous this stuff is.
Inferior, like it's an inferior complex that they got about being Black American. And people just got to accept, man, we got a lot of European in us because of what happened in slavery. You probably got some people who have Native American in them, but you got way more European blood than it. And also, you got to finish by the fact that European blood can come by Native Americans getting genocide and then having to mix with them as well. Like, they have to remember all this. Like,
That's right. Like John Ross was the chief of the Cherokee Nation for 40 years. Go look up a picture of John Ross. That's a white man. And he was the chief of the Cherokee Nation for 40 years.
All right. Well, I just have to say that because it's too easy to debunk this. All you got to bring up is rice and how it got cultivated in the South and how it's not indigenous to America. And if something's not indigenous to America and it came around the same time we came, that would make me go, how does this add up together? Like, that's all I have to say. I'm just tired of them with this little stuff because I feel like they're holding us back and they need to be shut down.
They can't hold us back, brother. They just a nuisance. We appreciate you, Keelan.
Not hold us back, but being a nuisance, yeah.
I got you, Keelan. Hey, brother, you got to stop cutting up. We need you to get out of Twitter jail, brother. Get out of Twitter jail, man. You spitting that fire, bro. Stop cutting up on Twitter so we can experience some of that knowledge. Truth Seeker, you're back with your hand up again. What's up, man? What you got, bro?
Yeah, I definitely believe it's a lot of self-hatred and low racial self-esteem, and a lot of that's from the school, the public school system, and the indoctrination of information only going back to 1619, I guess you could say. And I don't co-sign their sentiments But I do think a lot of it is also them searching for an identity beyond 1619. But at the same time, we live in an age where information is easily accessible. So it's no excuse to believe basically this information when you can look up tribes that were taken in this transatlantic slave trade, the Igbo, the Ashanti, the Yoruba, the Ga people, all these groups that were documented basically being transported to the States. So I do think it's a lot of a lot of people being willfully ignorant to history.
Hold on, bro. I'm about to say something to
All
that.
right, all
I'm
right.
sorry. Ain't no way they can have low self-esteem if you can go research Reconstruction and go research A.G. Gadsden. Go research Dr. T.R.M. Howard. Go research A. Philip Randolph. Go research MLK. How can you have low self-esteem due to the public school system of telling you your history? No, that's not true. And stop giving those excuses, bro. It's too much proud history we have in this country to ever say that a public school system can make you hate yourself. I'm not giving you that excuse. I left just to be a listener, but I have to rebut to that because that makes no sense. It's too much history we have been learning just in this year alone about how much we did in America and how much we built in America. Like, do you know who A.G. Gadsden is? Like, I just want to know, do you know who that is?
No.
That's the problem. You don't know who that is. That's the problem with us. We don't know who our
that's why I'm saying.
That's why I'm saying. No, people can go research. Like you said, we have a lot of access to history and learning online. You said that out your own mouth. So go research who funded MLK and Medgar Evers and all them during the Civil Rights Movement. Go research Dr. T.R.M. Howard. Go research.
Go research Frederick Douglass. You got to research Frederick Douglass. Research Prince Rivers. Research Robert Smalls. Research Hiram Revels. Research Joseph Rainey. You understand? Like, we got too many heroes. Research Harriet Tubman. We research Ida B. Wells and Fannie Lou Hamer. Like, we got too many heroes in this country. Don't you know there was 26 recipients of Freedmen recipients of the Medal of Honor during the Civil War? Research those military heroes, right?
But that's what I'm saying. A lot of that isn't covered in the public
And
school system.
You have to go outside of that, my guy. You have to go outside of that.
Yeah,
that's what we're here for, truth seeker. If you are seeking truth, you found it.
That's right. Truth seeker, follow us on Twitter so you can follow along. Go to BeThePower.com, the website. United Sons and Daughters of Freedmen, the website. Follow us on YouTube. Yeah, BeThePower.org and United Sons of Daughters, USDOF.org. And go to Be the Power on YouTube and Be the Power Media. We're giving a classic education on all this stuff. We understand that. But one thing I agree with Keelan is we've had too many scholars come to teach us for that to be an excuse. So I do agree with Keelan on that. We've had too many scholars. We've had way too many scholars, my guy, coming teaching us the truth about our own history. You know, do you know who Dr. Henry Clark is?
Yes.
Have you ever heard of him? Right. So we have too many scholars, right? And so, like, we have to value our own history. We can't expect someone else to teach it to us, and we have to actively seek it out. We have to actively seek it out. So, Black Star Media, what you got, man? You got your hand back up.
All right. So, well, first off, I want to say I agree with what the previous speaker was talking about. How he was the one with the dot. I agree with a lot of what he was saying. I also want to say about Nyhiem. That was some good info that you gave about the Moors. 1820 about the 1828 dictionary. How it has Moors, and in that dictionary it says, "Oh, the dark people of Africa and the Negroes." So that was good. But I wanted to go back to what I was saying about the Indian. So that was new information that you gave me, because from what I thought, or that's a new discussion or I guess debate that you brought up in that, because from what I learned from history, or from what I was taught, was that they were stripped of their language as well. But so basically you're saying that they weren't stripped the way we were stripped, like the way we were like hung and killed. Basically, if we speak an African language and the Caucasian saw us doing that, they would kill us and make us an example for other people. and that didn't, basically you're saying that didn't happen to the Indians? Not like that?
I'm asking you to present that case if that's what you're saying. I didn't bring that up. You did.
All right. So I do have something. I have something, and I have a website. I don't know how to share it with you, but I'll say some of the sources.
Just tweet it. Just tweet it. Just tweet it. Do a regular tweet, and then after you tweet it, go to share, and you'll see this Twitter space in the share options, and then it'll go straight to the jumbotron.
All right, I'm gonna tweet it. All right, I just tweeted it, and now I go to share.
And it should be right up there at the top.
Oh, I see it. All right, right here.
All right.
All right, I just shared it. All right, so this is like a historical, blurb about Kill the Indian, Save the Man, Captain Richard H. Pratt on education of Native Americans. And I'm gonna just read the first. It's a short paragraph. I'll read it because it gets to the gist. So it says, beginning in 1887, the federal government attempted to Americanize Native Americans, largely through the education of Native youth. By 1900, thousands of Native Americans were studying at almost 150 boarding schools around the United States. The U.S. Training and Industrial School, founded in 1879 at Carlisle Barracks, Pennsylvania, was the model for most of these schools. Boarding schools like Carlisle provided vocational and manual training and sought to systematically strip away tribal culture. They insisted that students drop their Indian names, forbade the speaking of native languages, and cut off their long hair. Not surprisingly, such schools often met fierce resistance from Native American parents and youth. But the schools also fostered a sense of shared Indian identity that transcended tribal boundaries. The following excerpt from a paper read by Carlisle, founder of Captain Richard H. Pratt at 1892 convention, spotlights Pratt's pragmatic and frequently brutal methods for civilizing the savages, quote unquote, including his analogies to the education and civilizing of African Americans. So that was just a little historical snippet, basically.
Thank you for that. And so, what I would ask, in that article that you read, did it say that these individuals were forced to enroll into these boarding schools?
From what I read from that first blurb, it seems so. I still have to read the entire article.
No. Not that it seems so. Because I know what boarding schools still exist to this day, and no one is forced to enroll in these boarding schools, no matter how stringent or strict the guidelines, curriculums, and code of ethics and so on and so forth are. No one is forced into these boarding schools by the musket or the sword. And so what I'm asking is, in these boarding schools, were these individuals forced in the 1870s, we're talking about the 1870s, were they forced to go to these schools, and were they killed if they did speak their language, and were the option to just not go to the school if they didn't cut their ponytails off, or were they killed and hung and burned alive?
Well, they were killed and hung all across America. I mean,
no. In these boarding schools, 1870s, in these boarding schools, in the example that you gave, were they killed and hung if they spoke their language or didn't cut their ponytails off, or were they just kicked out of the schools?
In this specific example, I have to do more research to give.
Please do. Please do.
See, brother,
all right. Thank you.
Let me say, man, look. You can't do microwave scholarship, brother. You're talking with a group of, and I'm really not saying this to brag or toot our own horns. We you know how they say you pay the cost to be the boss. We've been putting in research for a long time, brother. And another thing that I've noticed is this, right? Because we're gonna be doing politics, and I'm gonna urge all of us to get into that frame of mind. You have to know how to make an argument. You have to know how to make an argument. There's a book that I suggest you all read. It's called How to Win Every Argument, right? And it's not teaching you how to out yell or out scream people. and an argument. It is teaching you the art of argument. It is teaching you how to recognize logical fallacies. It is teaching you how to spot arguments from pathos, logos, and ethos, which is emotion, logic, and reason, right? Etc. You have to learn how to make arguments, and that's one of the things that I noticed, and that's why when we're hosting people in
That was a
debates.
good try, though. It was a good
Yeah,
try.
it was a good
It
try.
was a good attempt.
It was a good
I
attempt, but
like the fact that you actually tried to go get something together real quick, man. I appreciate
it's like,
that.
oh, I got him.
I got
Like,
him. No,
bro,
no, no,
we
no,
done
no, no, no.
look. Look. I've been in the conscious community, right? Like on Sinetta TV, Lord Abba. You can find me as Lord Abba on Sinetta TV. And there was a time where I was on 125th Street. I was debating this brother named Garfield and Rob Ball, cooking them dudes. So they was Googling stuff on the spot about the subject that we was debating on. The problem was the stuff that they were Googling, I already had cited in my book that I had with me that day. So everything that they tried fell flat on its face because I was very well rounded in that subject. So you have to become a subject matter expert in the thing that you are trying to push and propagate. That, and that's just a a jewel that I'm dropping on the people, man. Don't come to us half stepping.
Ain't
Just don't
no
come to
Right.
us.
half stepping.
No,
Don't come to us.
I respect that. I respect that. I
We
understand
got
exactly where
you.
y'all come from, and I respect that. And that's
No
so.
doubt,
I
no
respect
doubt.
that.
We do
I respect all
appreciate that, though. We do appreciate that. Sister Roz, what you got? And Sister Sean, I know you requested. I know you said that you like to raise your hand before you speak. I haven't seen your hand up. I don't want you to think we're ignoring you. So let me know when you're ready to contribute, and then we'll bring you on up.
Yes, I'm here. In retrospect, I kind of rethought that. I think this topic, I don't want to go off topic of what you brothers are doing, and I'll DM you on some stuff. But there's some Freedman stuff right now that we need to, I think, kind of focus on and share with the family. But I don't want to digress for what we're doing. But there's some. I'll give you a quick thing. I told you I had to leave off for another call and jump back, but I just got some new information that we got some Hispanics down there trying to really pull a Southern strategy.
Mm-hmm.
They're using all that money that Kamala Harris, that
Mm-hmm.
8 point something billion,
Mm-hmm.
and they raising up. They're raising up. They're not asking to wait. They are demanding, and it is a serious threat to us. So
Okay.
we
Yo,
did a
I'm gonna
talk.
put the petition. We're on that issue. We made a petition for that. I'm gonna put that in the jumbotron. Please sign the petition and circulate the petition and DM me, please, and we can definitely get offline
Yes,
and
DM.
construct
I'm
something
gonna
to do.
listen, but it's some stuff that we need to. I know we working out this house cleaning. Who we
Yeah,
are. I
no
already
doubt.
know who I am. I'm Freedman. This
No
house
doubt.
cleaning, but we got to get to work.
No doubt. Sister
Okay,
Ross,
I
what you got?
DM you, babe. Bye
All
bye.
right. Yeah, Sister Ross, what you got?
All right, family. I just wanted to say I think it was Truth Seeker, and I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure what elementary and primary and secondary school and teachers you had, brother, and I just kind of take exception to it because I know I'm an educator. I have been working with both as far as teaching high school and elementary school. I make sure that my students learn.
Yeah, did we lose Roz, or is that my?
Yeah, she fell off. I'm gonna invite her back
Okay,
up. I don't know why she fell back to the
I'm so
listeners.
used to getting bumped off this
But
thing. I thought
yeah,
I
she
got
did
bumped
get
off,
bumped down. I
man.
don't know why she got bumped down, but
This thing is crazy.
I invited her back. But Leon, go ahead while we waiting on Ross to come back.
All right, peace, my brothers. I've been hearing y'all all night.
Peace,
Y'all
Leon.
bring the fire. Y'all bring the fire like you always do.
On,
Appreciate it very much. Little tidbit. People need to realize, just some people, it seems like they're trying to control the narrative, and if they can't control the narrative, they poo-poo. They like to poo-poo on everybody else's space. But
Hold on,
instead of
hey, one second, Leon. Ross, I'm trying to invite you back up, but it won't let me. Log off and come back on if you can hear me. Log off and come back on because I'm trying to invite you back up, but it won't let me. Go ahead, Leon.
yeah, like I said, they want to try to control the narrative, but they can't control. They want to poo-poo on everybody else's space, but it shouldn't be that way. If you do the research, you let the facts control the narrative. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I appreciate you brothers, because y'all bring the facts, and that's what controls the narrative. And there's no true argument to that.
Yes,
So
sir.
so keep doing y'all thing. Keep having these spaces. I appreciate y'all brothers doing it, and I'm just gonna get back and just keep on listening.
No doubt. Sister Ross,
Yeah,
continue.
yeah. I don't even know what part I left off on. I was just trying to make sure.
You was talking about his elementary school and
Yeah,
how his
okay.
elementary school
Yeah, I just
failed
wanted
him.
to say, some as far as elementary and primary school. I'm not trying to diss the brother, but I'm just like, it just hurts me to my heart that he didn't get, the teachers that really poured 100% into him. But like, brother, it sound like you came up in the internet age. I came up when we had Encyclopedia Britannica, and I spent my playtime other than doing sports in the bookstore. So it's like you have it a lot easier than what you think. I just suggest that you like I said, stick with the sons and daughters of freedmen and get this political education and research and know it for yourself. That's what I always tell my students. It's great to sit here and take notes, but then walk it back and try to make sure that you know what you're talking about, and you find anything that's not exact and correct, then you bring that back to the table. But know what you know. Don't be like some people and just get on here on these spaces and just try to be an agent of catastrophe. Don't do that. But I mean, I'm glad to see that you're here and stick with the sons and daughters of freedmen.
Yeah.
Indeed. We
I
just
just
having
wanted
a
to.
little fun as well. I hope nobody don't take nothing to get offended. Except if you a goofy, you a goofy. It's just as simple as that.
Yeah,
Those
except the
people
bad
that want
guy.
to
Except
stand,
the bad guy. Fuck that
except the
guy,
bad
man. Yeah,
guy.
fuck him.
The goofies is the goofies, man.
Yeah, baddest hound. Basset hound. Baddest basset hound. I like that picture you got up there too of them Freedman brothers, man. Go ahead. What you got?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Oh shit, you a female, my bad.
That's John Brown in that picture.
That's John Brown. I'm glad you got John Brown in the picture too. That's our guy right there. That's one of the greatest Americans ever born. We
Yes,
love John Brown.
he's the homie. I'm a radical Republican, so like
I'm a radical
everything.
Republican.
Oh,
Okay.
so we twins. Um, uh, I'm sorry if you guys had covered this before. I was in another space, and I'm just now catching this. But do you think this whole "we were indigenous" rhetoric is purposely being introduced into the freedmen's movement to cause confusion, to cause chaos, to kind of muddy the waters and sour the public on what we're doing? Or do you think that it's just genuine people lost about their history? Because my personal opinion, like when you said that Dave Calloway, I'm not familiar with the dude, Dave Calloway, he had 50,000 people watching it. Some of that is not real. Like they're troll forms that you can pay and it'll give you viewers, it will boost your numbers, but it just is not real. And I don't meet enough people in everyday life that is buying this "we were indigenous" thing for it to be as prominent as it is in the current narrative, if that makes sense.
That
No,
makes
that makes
absolute sense. That makes absolute sense. And I'll say to your questions, yes, I'm not sure, and no. No, I don't believe they're genuinely doing this. Yes, I believe they're doing this to distract and be agents of confusion and chaos. Yes. And I know this because me and the brothers have talked to some of the prime motivators of this narrative. We're talking about the top cats. We're talking about the Dane Callaways. We're talking about the Phil Valentines. We're talking about, we can go back, we're talking about the Taj Tariq Bays. We've been in this movement for a long time, and we know where these Yamasee, Indian Moor, a lot of this stuff comes out of the Moorish movement and some of the pseudo Moorish education. And so we know it's a lot of warped history. We got Dr. York,
Washita.
Washita. We got Dr. York, whose teachings were warped and brought into a lot of this confusion. And we've been in this movement for at least 20 years. So we know where its origins come from. And that's why we're here today dispelling some of the myths. We did Moorish myth busting years and years ago. We did a lot of these. We've been busting myths ever since we've been in the business, and we're not going to stop doing that. And so, yeah, some of these newcomers, some of these Indians come late, some of these pretendians come lately, like the top clowns, top cat, and the Ishmael Bays and all of them. They're just trying to find a niche because they're really.
He's from that era, right? But he finds energy, that pseudo stuff that he teaches. He finds energy with every new iteration of this Black people are Native American stuff. We've called him out to a debate as well. He refuses. These people.
Yeah, he came on the program, and we what did he have? Like, he don't get into the ish. Ish is just embarrassing. And so, yes, sister, they're not rooted in anything real. They're interlopers for the most part, and they just come in where they're not wanted, talking about things that nobody asked to hear about. And so, hey, can you please do me a favor? Follow me. DM me. I'd like to talk to you about some of the way you introduced yourself. I want to talk about that. And so, could you let's get together offline about some of that stuff and see what we can do together.
Sure, no problem. I'll just drop down the list now. Thanks, guys.
All right, Keelan wants to speak again. What does Keelan got to say? Come on, Keelan. What's up, Keelan?
You can keep going. I just wanted to request it in after you were done talking to her.
He just Keelan's like, I'm gonna have something to say in the near future. Keep me on the stage.
Okay. All right.
No, you cool. It's cool. You cool. You cool, man. Truth seeker. I did see you wave your hand earlier, and it's down now. Did you have something to say? Are you seeking more truth? What's going on?
No, I didn't have anything to say.
All right, I'm gonna move you to the listeners, man. All right. Make room for somebody else.
Roz is an educator, right? She's a teacher. I'm gonna be real with you right now. That truth seeker dude, he part of my generation, and judging by his voice, I can tell where he grew up at. No offense, like he probably went
where he grew up at, Keelan. Where he grew up at? Hold on, where he grew up, Keelan?
It's a lot of Gen Z Black Americans where our parents, Gen X parents, moved us out of our neighborhoods and moved us into where they live at. No offense, and if you research who make a majority of the teachers in America and who make a majority of the administrators, I researched it myself. It's 70% white women who teach at these schools in America. So he could have a point about him being miseducated, but the difference is, see, with me is, I'm from a small town in Abilene, in Texas called Abilene, but I moved to Dallas. Then I moved to a suburb of Dallas called Carrollton. But the difference is, I would still go back home, like to Mississippi, also to Abilene, where.
Shout out to Mississippi.
Yeah,
Shout out to Mississippi.
Greenville, Mississippi. That's where my family's from, in Brandon. But I would go out there, and I would go to Oak Cliff because I had some family members and family friends out there. So I would still be around my folks, like going to the Kwanzaa parade and everything like that. So a lot of these Black people who move to these white suburbs trying to escape the hood and stuff like that, once they left, they didn't go back, or they didn't really care to teach they kids anything. Me and my sister, we was reading like books about Black history and Black American history. I mean, at that, and reading some stuff about some Pan African stuff as well. So, he probably didn't get to know anything about this, and that's the problem with this online stuff. A lot of these people grew up, like if you look at Twitter, most of the people who want Black people on Twitter are Black people who lived in suburb areas, or but mostly times white suburbs. So their black education is coming from Twitter and YouTube. So they're not really reading the books. Like they're not the only books they probably read are some of the stuff they read at their colleges. But a lot of these kids get white teachers. These white teachers, that's you sending your child to hell every day. You sending your kids to white teaching. That's going to be the real honest truth, especially if you are a black male. So he might be telling the truth about that. And I was going to make another point about how while some of us came over here with lighter skin tones, or while we have lighter skin tones, during those times there was already a Eurasian mixture in some of those tribes. So everybody wasn't dark skinned. Some people were lighter skinned. So that's another reason why I get confused with them saying, where do you think we get our curly hair from, and where do you think we get our skin tone from? It's talking about them being Native Americans because they got a looser curl or a lighter skin. So that's another reason why I had to come back, because there was a Eurasian mixture already in those areas. So
All right, no doubt, no doubt. Bahi, what you got? Unmute your mic. Talk to me. Bahi Watson.
Hey, what's happening? What's going on?
What's
Hey,
up, bro?
I just walked into the room, but y'all mind resetting the room? Because I am one. I feel like there's some merit to folks who talk this. I wouldn't say all of it, but some folks who say that black folks were indigenous. I feel like there's some merit, especially books I've read by Ivan Van Sertima.
Well, Ivan Van Sertima, let's stop right there. Ivan Van Sertima, in all of his works, and I'm very well familiar, talked about an early presence of Africans in America. That's not an indigenous presence. He talked about Abu Bakari II, right, and his voyage over here, and they landed in South America, not even in the Eastern Americas, where most of these pretendians claim that they are solely indigenous. And so we can't let them use the works of Ivan Van Sertima, who did not support any of his works of an indigenous presence of quote unquote black folks in America. He talked about an early African presence. You got the book Before the Mayflower, right? And Before Columbus. None of them were saying that anybody, according to being recognized as black, were indigenous here. They were talking about early voyages and early sea trips over here from African explorers who precede Amerigo Vespucci, who precede Christopher Columbus, so on and so forth. So that's not an indigenous experience. That's an early explorer experience who doesn't get recognition from academia. And so that's something very, very different than what these people are latching on and talking about. Also, because we do acknowledge that there is individuals who have some indigenous ancestors, but that doesn't make you solely indigenous, because we are an amalgamated people, right? And we have Irish in our ancestry. You can find some Irish folks there. You can find some Anglo Americans. You can find some French, right? You can find some all these different types of people, right? And so I've never seen anyone say because of Irishmen's, they've shaken their family tree and an Irish or an Anglo-Saxon has fallen out, and they say that they're solely Irish or they're solely Anglo-Saxon. And so what we see is a con game being played for clout and recognition purposes, that they say, oh, I've identified an ancestor who may, in most cases, the examples that they give are just slaves who were sold to tribal nations, and they're not indigenous even themselves. And those are the representations or the representative groups that they use to say that they're indigenous with. And so that's a big hole in their argument as well. And so none of the individuals who are claiming to be indigenous have really established any, like, first of all, you can't tell me you're indigenous, and like, because indigenous means you originated here and you've perpetually been here, right? And you're indigenous, your origin is here. And so, and they also denounce a slave occupation here. They denounced the slave trade from Africa. And so I want to know how their names became Brandon and Tyrone and Jerome and James and William, and so on and so forth. So so what do we have is a disingenuous position from most of these people. And so our position is not that there is no indigenous people in your ancestry. Our position is that you're not solely indigenous, and the majority of us are not solely indigenous to this continent. So that's a little recap on the room.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I think I feel like, and I'm by no means an expert on this, just on stuff I've read. Um, I do feel like there was the presence of Black folks here in the Americas um, before the founding of this country, right? Now,
Mm-hmm.
I can't say that, you know, folks who are saying, see, I guess I come from the school of thought where I feel like both could be true at the same time.
How can they both be true? How can you be
Well,
indigenous and have been an early explorer from another continent?
no, what I'm saying is both there was a Black presence before the founding of this country and there was a slave trade. Most folks
But
go into there was either or.
having a Black presence before Amerigo Vespucci and other early European explorers do not mean that you're indigenous here. That just means that your exploration predates their exploration.
See, I don't know how other people are using the word indigenous, right?
Well,
Um,
there's only one way to use it.
that
You're not
that
if
they
you're not indigenous if your ancestry comes from somewhere else. Indigenous
mm,
means that you originate here. So if you are a part of an early exploration, your origin is where you came from before you launched your exploration. You don't originate here because you explored here.
well, I'm just saying that it seems like, and like I said, I'm by no means the expert. I'm just saying there's enough evidence to say that all life originated in Africa, right? So there's by that definition, there's no one indigenous, right? Everybody had to leave the continent to come to some landmass. Now, at what point do they consider themselves that group indigenous? I don't know what that means. I don't know, how they're using that term. But all I'm just saying is that there's significant evidence to show that there were Black folks here before. I mean, so you're saying that the way that the American Indians look now, when you see pictures of the Catawba Nation, that's the indigenous tribe that was
I'm
here in
not
the
saying
Americas?
I'm not saying that. That's not my
Okay.
position. And
Okay.
so what I'm saying is, if an individual is saying that they're a Catawba Indian, and that they're solely Catawba, I want to know, how does your name become James, Gerald, William, so on and so forth?
Well, I just see that there is some merit that requires some investigation. Like I said, I'm not an expert on the subject, and like I said, I trace my folks back to a plantation. So that's all I had to say. But appreciate y'all, love y'all, and y'all keep doing what you're doing. Y'all
No doubt,
stay up.
no doubt. Thank you, brother, for the participation. Thank you. K3 Dar. Is K3 Dar still here? All right.
Oh,
Big
wait.
Pharaoh.
Okay.
Big Philly.
Did you just call on me?
What? Yeah, I just
Okay.
called on you. Come on.
All right. How's it going? How's it going, everybody? My name is Kedar. Want to say peace to everybody in the space. I just want to say this. I don't want to necessarily debate, right? But I've done a lot of research, and I want to start here. Like I come from being raised as Pan African. You know what I'm saying? Being aware of all the history of the different tribes throughout Africa. You know what I'm saying, and the different nations, as well as just understanding overall, just and also being a history buff. So just I want to start there. And as far as like this us being indigenous, it took me doing some real research, soul searching. I found some information that really actually made me change my thought process, my mindset. You know what I'm saying, in terms of this whole thing. And so again, I want to say this: this is not coming from a place of self-hate or anything, because I'm very proud of who my people are. You know what I mean? And so I'm going to start there. But what I found was that I see things differently now. You know what I'm saying? What we're looking at as, everyone's saying, hey, are we indigenous? Are we not? It's kind of like the brother that spoke before me. You know what I mean? He said something about, at what point do you consider a person indigenous, because everyone derived from Africa, or they have there's a theory that, the out of Africa theory. Now, me personally, from my research, I look at things differently. I think that so-called black people or melanated people are actually indigenous to all land masses. There was so-called Pangea at one point in time. I believe that when the continents drifted, we were still there. We were still here. We're in Asia. There's evidence of Asiatic, so-called black people. Even when we talk about India, if you talk about the real people of India, we're not. As a matter of fact, it was Hindustan in ancient times. It wasn't even called the country of India. We're talking about, thousands of years ago, or over 500 years ago. Some of the like real indigenous Indians, they don't even show today. Like, they look a lot like a lot of our people. So my conclusion is this, and here's another thing that they don't talk about: the Black Europeans, or the Moors, that some of them were also in Europe, besides Northwest Africa. So, a lot of us also come from there. There's a lot of Black Irish. So when you guys mention Irish names, a lot of us that we believe that we're so mixed with white people, we're not as amalgam as a people as, let's say, for example, Hispanics, or the people that came that you would consider Latino. You could look at their people and literally see the amalgamation of a mix of the races. So I want to conclude with this. I believe that as a people, yes, we are a mix of things. You know what I'm saying? But I feel that we have been purposely focused on Africa for a reason. I think it displaces us. And if you do have indigenous ancestry, then why not embrace that as well? Why just always focus on Africa? Why does that,
Let me
and
ask you a
on top of
question,
wait,
brother.
I'll say this too.
I'm gonna
On
ask him
top
a
of the
question.
fact that we may not even, many of us don't really can even say what tribe we came from in Africa, or if we came from a
That's a
tribe in
lie.
America.
That's a
Okay, hold on,
lie.
hold on,
That's a
hold on,
lie.
hold
That's a
on,
lie.
hold on,
There's
hold
literally
on.
records of tribes that
Hold
come from
on, hold on, hold on, hold on. So brother Kadar, right? You're making the argument for embracing this indigenous lineage that some of us may have. Have you ever met anyone that has proven to you without a shadow of a doubt that they are in fact indigenous to this land? And if your answer is yes, what did they show you as proof?
And hold on, before you answer that question, because you've expressed some loose ideas about what words mean, and words have actual application. So the definition of indigenous, it can't just mean whatever we want it to mean, right? The word of indigenous, it's an adjective, and it means originating or occurring naturally in a particular place. And so, how have anyone showed you that they originate or have occurred here naturally? Exploration's not natural, right? So how did they occur here naturally or originate here? And identifying, because someone slept with someone who originated here doesn't mean that what they produced is an original here, because they're part original and they're part something else. Someone who explored, or someone who traveled, someone who migrated, someone who came from somewhere, who originates from somewhere else and comes here. So by the loose definition that a lot of y'all are applying, immigrants are indigenous to
So are white
America,
people. So are
and
white
so
people.
are white people. And so please explain or answer the question Nyhiem asked you. If anyone has ever proven to you that they originate in the Americas, what is it that they use to prove that to you? K3R, that question is for you.
Okay, well, maybe Maybe we need to move to another speaker.
All right, can I say this real quick? KDR.
Oh, it's
If
Kedar.
we're indigenous, Kedar. All right. If we're indigenous,
Hey, can I please
then
answer the brother's question?
why?
My microphone went out. I
Yeah,
just want to answer his
answer,
question one time, please.
Yeah, answer the question. His phone probably just went out. Yeah, go ahead, answer the question, brother.
Okay, I just want to say this because first of all, I just want to answer both questions. I've done my own genealogy, and without getting specific, we find those ancestors. Secondly,
All right,
position is not based.
whoa,
Wait. I just want to say this. My position is not based on mixing.
Hold on. What did you find in your genealogy? What we have to, let's flesh this out.
I'll say
Let's
this.
not.
I don't have to get. I'm not going to get specific because I'll tell you. I'm going to tell you guys this. I'm not going to get specific because, like you brothers, I actually.
You're having phone issues again.
I just want to say one last thing, if I can.
Okay, go ahead.
Please.
Go ahead, Kedar. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
One last thing I would just say, I come as not trying to disrupt or anything.
No, it's good. It's fine. Go ahead.
Bro, you having phone issues or connection issues or something.
Yeah, I think my phone, I don't know, I'm going outside. But the one thing I want to say is this, that the position that a lot of people that have looked into indigenous ancestry is not based on.
Say, get down.
All right, who is speaking?
It was Kedar. Then Big Philly came up. So my question is, like, are we trying to disprove the indigenous thing, or are we just, what's the goal? Because as far as indigenous,
hold on. The goal, let me answer your question. The goal is to show that this whole indigenous, aboriginal, we are native is a distraction. That's the goal. So yes, in part, we are trying to debunk it. No, not trying, we are debunking it because most of the people that are making this claim are straight capping. They cannot prove it.
But can you prove without a doubt?
Hold on, real quick. I asked the brother earlier. I asked them specifically, when does your ancestry, if you are native to this land, if your roots go back to
if you originate, we're going to use the definition of indigenous. Right? If you originate here,
that's right.
How show us, prove that. And how did your name become Kedar? That's not an original name of the nations here.
Yeah, but that's the guy earlier. He couldn't answer that question. He said he feels that it's the right thing. He feels it in his DNA.
Yeah, that was from an earlier group. But Kedar is unsatisfactory.
No, that's right.
Address the question.
So I'm answering his question about debunking. He said, "Are we trying to debunk it?" No, yeah.
No, that was Big Philly. That was me asking that. But my thing is like, well, we can't definitively say that we're not and that we are. We do not.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Because yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can. No.
We've been doing it for the past couple hours.
Hold on, listen. This is why. Because people want definitions to mean whatever they want it to mean.
That's right.
So you cannot prove to me without a doubt or contradiction that you originate here. Now, if you can, show me some evidence. No, listen. Show me some evidence on how I want to know how Big Philly originated here in the Americas. Go. You can speak.
What I just said was that we can't disprove it. We can't disprove it either because we don't know our history as a group.
Yes, I can. I can. Because if your name, there's clear indicators. If you're not an originator here, one is your name, your first name and your last name. Because if you originated here and you have an aboriginal experience here, and just go through your ancestry.
But is it not a truth? Is it not a truth that the slave masters stripped us?
Wait a minute. So wait, hold on.
And gave us the names that they wanted.
Brother, hold on, Big Philly.
Strip who did they strip?
When did your ancestors who were indigenous here become enslaved? That's the answer to that question.
following the logic that most people have.
No,
No,
not most people. You.
Listen, no. What I'm
You.
saying is, I'm not making
you
the
listen,
claim.
bro.
I'm not
You
making the
listen.
So what
claim.
are you
So it's
talking
cool.
about? You.
First of all, and I'm going to be as respectful as possible. No one can get a thought out. Is everybody going to be emotional and interrupting each
We're
other?
not being
Let me
emotional.
finish what I'm saying. Yes, you are, because you keep
We
cutting me
just
off.
want you to
No,
show
we're
us
not. We're not.
proof.
We're cutting you off is not
let me say
evidence
what
of
I. Yes, it is.
emotionalism.
Yes, it is.
What we're
Cutting
telling
somebody
you is
off.
we're not going to
Cutting
allow
somebody
nonsense
off.
in this space.
That's it.
That's all. That's it. We got what you're
We're
saying is
arguing.
not germane to the conversation.
All right,
If you're not
let's hear him out.
advocating that,
Let's hear
if
him
you're
out. I
not
want to hear what he got to
advocating
say.
that, no, because I've been on this space for about 3.5 hours. And so if you cannot, and it's not my fault that you've missed all of this excellent education. And so the big Philly, if you're not advocating that people are aboriginal, what are you doing? And what you're saying is we can't disprove people are that's quite easy to disprove. I don't know why people think that's a hard thing
So
to
let me ask you a
disprove.
question. Let me ask you a question. So is it true that everybody originated in Africa?
No.
All right, I don't have no grounds to stand on it. That's not where we started.
All right, peace. Now, who is next? Who we got next, man?
Me, I guess.
Who is me?
So
you
wait,
always, man. Keely, hold on,
Let's
man.
go, Leon.
That
where
ain't
did we
Keely. That's
originate from?
Leon.
That's Leon.
Yeah. I kind of figure I know where y'all going with this. Logic, I agree with you about the names. But also, if you are, I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with all what you're saying. Because I'm just thinking about it. If name, yes. Also, if you were original or aboriginal, how you want to call it, you would not blurt out a tribal nation's name. You would have a specific aboriginal name group, and that's what
That's
you
right.
would be. And
That's
that's
a
what
fact.
you would be spitting first. You wouldn't be spitting Chickasaw, Cherokee. No, it would be something totally non-native nation name that you like. Okay, then where that
Wait,
come from?
Leon.
Sorry.
I asked the brother earlier, what language did his family speak? This dude told me Muskogee Creek.
That's not even a language. Muskogee Creek's not a language. That's what I'm talking about, man. And then when we demand people, when we demand people to stand on scholarship and we cut them off, they say, no, emotional is yelling at Nyhiem because you don't have sufficient evidence saying that you know that you're indigenous because you've somehow tapped into your
y'all don't
DNA.
have any. Y'all have no way to disprove who were the
That's
original that we
easy to
were or
disprove,
not.
brother.
No, it is not.
That's easy to
You
disprove.
can't tell me. You're not even willing to tell me to stand on academic science and well established that humans evolved and originated from Africa. If we can start from there,
I'm not. That's not my position. Why do you want that to be my position? Is
That's
that what
called
you're used
moving the
to?
goalpost.
Is that what you're used to? Is that what you're
Moving
used
the
to?
goalpost.
Follow me. What I'm saying, follow me. Follow me.
But why would you? But hold on. Before hold
Why
on, Big
follow
Philly.
you? You
Hold
don't
on.
know
Hold
what
on.
you're
Hold
No,
on,
what I'm
Big
saying,
Philly.
follow
Don't
the
be
But
logic.
hold
following
on. But hold on. Hold on. Why would you just make up a position for me? I don't understand that.
I'm not making. What I'm saying is, I'm giving you the argument that you said that you're disproving, and that there's without a doubt that the people who are claiming that they're indigenous, that it is true and is disproving. So I'm like, okay, well, listen, let's go back to let's start from here with me. I wasn't here, but from what I understand and from my education, is that all humans originated in Africa, and then there were at least. Listen, I'm not willing. I'm an academic guy. Like, all the evidence proves that
You're an
humans
academic?
originated.
Go ahead, Ross. Go ahead, Ross.
Yeah,
What you got?
Logic, hello, Big Philly. Can I ask you this question? Because I'm gonna walk with you down this lane, brother.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
You're saying that all humans, as they are, started in Africa. So by that rationale, then white people are our brothers and sisters too.
Genetically speaking,
Absolutely not. Absolutely not, brother. Let me explain something to you. Are you familiar with the Neanderthal gene?
Ooh, talk to him, Ross. I was going to go there. Now
Yeah,
talk.
I'm
Are,
familiar
are
with
you
I'm familiar with the Neanderthal, the Denisovans, the
Okay,
Homo
so with
floresiensis, all
Neanderthal,
those who were
they
here.
but Neanderthal definitely is not Homo sapien.
It's on a family tree, but it's not the same. But if we're
It's
talking
not.
about
It's not Homo
Neanderthal, if we're not
sapien.
talking about Neanderthals, we're talking about
But you
there's
said
proof and
human.
evidence. There's proof and evidence that humans and Neanderthals made it. That's why some populations have at least 7% of their genetic makeup is Neanderthal.
Except
However,
who? Except who
But
doesn't have
Africans,
what
Neanderthal in their DNA? Tell me that.
Africans
right?
have no pure
Listen, I'm
Africans
talking
have
with the
no
sister. I'm talking with
Neanderthal
the
in their
So,
sister. I'm
well,
DNA.
not.
well, no, we're all
Thank
having a
you. Thank you.
discussion. This is a family discussion, fam. I mean, brother, don't. I mean, we're sitting around the fireside, right? So,
Yeah, that's fine.
sub-Saharan Africans don't have Neanderthal gene in their DNA.
Mm-hmm. What was the point of bringing the Neanderthals into this then?
Because I'm explaining to you how it is. What you said doesn't apply.
Yes, it does. The humans that yes, it does. And one of the
Homo
great
sapiens and
migration.
Neanderthal are not the same.
They're not the same species, but they're in the same family tree. But anyway, like I said, they're two different. I mean, there were multiple different Homo. There were different. They were different. I can't say Homo sapiens, but they were definitely different species that have the same family tree. And I'm trying to think fast because this is kind of exciting. But what I'm saying is that you can't disprove that there was multiple migrations out of Africa, and
So let me ask you
there
this.
is a bunch of let me finish my
Okay,
thought.
so
There's
let
a
me ask
bunch
you
of
this.
academic evidence that proves that Black people were the first to circumnavigate the globe and land on every single continent.
Okay,
Even
but
though
you're
the
going
people
Where
by
would
were
they
fact right
originate
That's
now.
a
from then?
flawed argument.
That is a
But
flawed argument.
That's
And
a
the out of
flawed
Africa
argument.
theory is a theory. It's a theory, right? And so now what I'm asking you is you just said here and disproved your own argument for the definition of indigenous as someone who originated. So if they actually originate in Africa, how can they originate over here in America?
Well, the
Thank you.
term originate is a loosely term.
No, it's
Usage
Of
is
not.
the
No,
course,
it's
term.
not. Well,
of
let's
that
go
course
to
sounds
the
it
like
is.
Bill
definition of what
Clinton, but
originate
Term
it
means.
is
is
though,
a
That is
brother.
so crazy.
Can I finish my thought, man?
I
God
like
damn.
Philly. I like
God
Philly big
damn.
time.
It
Thank
is a
you,
it
brother.
is a usually it is a
You're
loosely
getting
used
emotional,
term
big fella.
that
You're getting
basically
emotional.
means that it is the earliest known people. Doesn't mean that because no one really originated anywhere. But if your ancestors can be traced back to the first people to touch this land, then you can consider yourself
All right. We
Well,
gotta
then
let you
wait a
go with
minute.
that
Wait a
one.
minute. Wait a
Nobody
minute. Well, then
originated
I'm
anywhere.
an
I
indigenous
gotta let you
Chinese
go with
person
that
then.
one.
I'm an
Yeah,
indigenous
we
Chinese
got we
person then
gotta let
because
you go now, bruh.
That's right,
Hold
John.
on,
Nobody
I'm an
originated from
indigenous
anywhere. I
Chinese.
got you.
I'm
you can't
indigenous
argue with the
Hawaiian.
logic,
I'm
man.
indigenous
We can't.
Siberian. You know what I'm saying?
Nobody originated anywhere. That's just as crazy as the lady earlier in the first session that said the natives to this land were Siberians. That come on, come on, man. Like, what are we talking about? The
Siberian?
brother just sat
Is that
here and
even a
said
word?
nobody originates from anywhere. And we can't let you continue with that,
After,
man. Come
look,
on, man.
his position changed so many times in like one sentence, in one breath. First, we originated from Africa. First, we were indigenous to everywhere. Then it was the out of Africa thing, right? We left
Yeah.
out of Africa and just went everywhere. Like if you inhabit a place or migrate to a place and inhabit it from somewhere else, you're a migrant to that place. You
Right. You're a
settled
migrant.
there,
You
you're
can be an early inhabitant. You can be an early arrival. You can be a lot of early things, but you did not originate because
that's right.
what? You brought things with you, your customs, your agriculture, your forays, your mores, your language, your religion. You brought things that originated where you're from, and you brought that with you. So how can you now be an original person from the place that you arrived at? Because no, that's not. We're not going to do that. There's a lot of theories out there, and they're called theories for a reason because they're not facts. They're really good shaped theories after someone created a hypothesis on what they think happened. They ran some surveys and they ran some tests and some experiments, and they came up with a theory that got added to a scientific or historical journal. That's all a theory is. Something that has a hypothesis that came before it, that they did some experiments, ran some surveys, conducted some research, and then they got it added to a historical or a scientific or anthropological journal as their theory. It's not a fact. Pangea is a
He is
theory.
speaking,
It's not a
doctor.
fact. You understand? These are not facts. These are theories. They're good research theories, but they're not absolute facts. And so you can't
Also,
present that.
let me
Go
just
ahead.
add real quick.
Speaking, doctor.
Also, Pangea is a concept of a single landmass that occurred millions and millions of years ago and
That's
broke apart
right.
millions and millions of years ago, long before there was human life
He was
even
even
on the
human.
planet. So that has
I used
nothing to do with
to.
anything.
I'm sorry, y'all. It's so funny. We used to debate people and bring up these same points. So they would say, "You don't remember when the planet was Pangea, when it was all one supercontinent?" Be like, "Well, no, I don't remember that." But if it's true that this happened, you would have to prove that humans, modern humans, Homo sapiens, were alive during the time before this continental shift. Because the research shows that this breaking up of this theoretical breakup of this one landmass happened over millions and millions and millions of years. It wasn't
Right.
some gradual thing. We got to destroy all these different concepts. Yeah, go
They
ahead, bro.
be riding on dinosaurs if that was the case.
Yo, we got a newcomer to the stage, Michael Angelo Queen Mutat Fatum.
299 million years ago to be exact. And the emergence of
299
9
million years
million. And the
ago.
emergence of humans occurred 300,000 years ago.
Come on, man.
Right.
Come on.
Exactly.
And
Yo, man.
So we're retarded.
I actually tried to stay quiet because most of the
But
facts
I've been
that I
seeing
stand
you've been posting some really good shit in the Twitter, and I put it in the Jumbotron. I've been peeping you.
Because I stand on facts, right? And if we're going to use the out of Africa theory, then you have to answer me this, since we're so smart in this group. The out of Africa theory is based off of genetics, and the human tree, in terms of the evolution of ethnicity and race, is based off of what we call haplogroups, right? And this is when you split off. So yes, the theory says all life originated in Africa, right? But as waves of people left Africa, they started developing genetic traits that were no longer the same as the people who stayed in Africa, right? So this is how I can differentiate someone who might be contemporary Chinese and who's Han, someone who might be contemporary Japanese who's actually part Han as well, because some of their DNA comes from that migration of the Han ethnic group to China and then into Japan. But then there's the Innu, and the Innu are a part of an earlier wave. They're darker skinned, and the Innu in Japan are actually related to our Native Americans here. There's a connection between the Innu and the quote unquote Siberian theory of people who were early arrivals to East Asia and Siberia, who eventually got displaced by lighter skinned folks, who we now recognize as contemporary Russians, contemporary Asians, because that was a different wave out of Africa who eventually evolved and had different features. So right now, the native Innu in Japan are discriminated against. You have something similar going on in the Scandinavian populations, where there's an indigenous population called the Sami people. The Sami people look very much so like our Native Americans. They are an earlier wave out of Africa, and the consistent thing seems to be similar to Asian Negritos. They look like they are black as fuck, and they are people in Asia. If you look up Negritos, you're going to find the Wikipedia article. They have features that look like ours, but they are genetically different from us, and they are genetically different from contemporary Asian populations. they got displaced by later migrations out of Africa, who have come to look like what we associate with being South Asian, Indian, or East Asian. So this is my question, since we want to talk about genetics, right? For every population that I named, and when they left Africa and how they evolved, the features that they have, there are genetic markers that we call haplogroups associated with that. If you are indigenous to the United States of America and you are Black, show me what your distinct genetic markers are.
That's right.
Because
See,
if I would have run a DNA,
look, they don't want to get into that science because they know that it exposes the fallacies that they're trying to push. So they're going to deny the science in the same
so
way.
it's a fingerprint that doesn't lie.
That's right.
And it's
That's right.
why I posted the whole thread on ethnogenesis, because this is something that people fail to realize. I'm not a freedman. My parents are Caribbean and Latin American. I'm still a descendant of slaves. But in terms of ethnogenesis, this is the creation of new ethnicities, right? I'm all Black, but because, like was said before, I'm an amalgamation of various African, a smidge indigenous, but that doesn't necessarily make me an original to this hemisphere, right? That's by intermarriage, possible rape.
Thank you.
And a little bit European. But these are combinations that make me uniquely American because these populations would never have met otherwise.
Thank you.
And there is a literal genetic footprint that can place me as being Caribbean, especially because of the smidge Arawak and the smidge Carib indigenous genetic footprint. But the fact that I have all of these African tribes, plus the European, plus that makes me uniquely American. That is a uniquely post-Atlantic slave trade genetic signature.
There you go. God damn it! Now it took all of these hours to get somebody on here besides the regular crew that actually knows what they talking about. Come on.
So because we have catalogs of this data, this is the next question that nobody seems to be able to answer. Can you look at indigenous people in the face and then look at me in the face and tell me who that imposter is? Explain to me who that imposter is if you was the first one. And I mean this across.
You should know. Because you should know.
I mean this across the humanities, the cultural artifacts that are found both in, African American cultures, the cultural artifacts that substantiate the Atlantic slave trade, as well as the cultural artifacts that substantiate indigenous culture and history, right? If you have been here and you know so much, tell me who that? Who all that over there? Who all that? and not just across the humanities, but tell me, why do they have significant genetic haplogroups? Why do they have their own branch and their own history and their own migrations, right? And we don't have a reference population for you. If you are distinct, then you would look genetically different from everyone else from the transatlantic slave trade. Because I can actually run someone's DNA and tell that they're a descendant of slaves.
Yes.
And if you're indigenous, yours should look different.
That's right. And what would be the evidence? What would be the explanation for those genetic traits that are similar to mine? See?
I just want to add something.
Go ahead, Josh. Come on.
Kind of switching it up a little bit.
Thanks for that, Michelangelo. Appreciate that. Go ahead, Josh.
Yeah, that was great insight. Man, I just don't really care. Like, I don't understand what the point is. Like, when you're saying you're indigenous, so are you saying you have a claim to something? Because Ali, Nyhiem, Logic, do y'all remember when people first started using the term indigenous to as an identity? It was recent years. Where did that come from? Where did that come from?
Ali
I'll tell you.
Go ahead, Ali.
No. Go ahead,
I feel
Ali.
like it came from Ali Muhammad, me personally.
Well, Ali Muhammad was one of the earlier
Taj Tariq
ones,
Bey.
but it goes before him. You got Dr. York used to use it. You had the Wichitas that used it. You know what I'm saying? You got a lot of people using
So
pseudo scholarship to produce a fiction, a historical fiction, in an attempt to escape reality because they don't want to deal with the actual facts of how they got here, why they're in the situation that they're in, and what they need to do to rectify it. And so they come
so
up with fantastical revisionist examples of nonsense, right? And it's rooted in no scholarship and no science at all. It's all science fiction. Michelangelo, what
with
you got?
within indigenous American cultures advocating for themselves, the popularity of the term emerged because some people who are indigenous American would prefer to be called by their specific tribal name and not American. So the term Native American is offensive to them because they had a term for themselves before these two land masses got called America. And that's
That's
why I
right.
posted in the thread that the Americas were named after Amerigo Vespucci, who was an Italian cartographer. So they would prefer indigenous as opposed to Native American or Indian American because the term Indian evolved because Columbus got lost and thought he was in India. So he called them Indians,
This is
which
all
they
true.
found to
Well,
be
see,
offensive because they already had names for themselves. So
Which
over
I
the past
stated
60,
earlier in this
but
program that none of the original nations here called their nations America, and none of them referred to themselves as American. I
right.
stated that
So
originally.
I don't know how it jumped over into the black spaces, but I
We
do
do.
know,
that's where I'm trying to
We
get it.
do.
That's where I'm trying to
We
get
yeah.
at
do.
right
We
there.
know how because we've been fighting with these people for 20
That's because
years.
see, I ain't worried about with some other kind of Chickasaw and Choctaw and all the other names that will call themselves Native Americans and Indians. Like I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about why y'all Negroes, you know, out here is using the term indigenous. When did you start adopting that? When did we first start calling our people and trying to
It
reclassify and
really
all that?
go back to Dr. York. And all these people come out of Dr. York's teaching some way or somehow. I don't and Ali and Nyhiem, y'all can chime in if you will. But even the Ali Muhammads, the Taj Tariq Beys, and all these
Mm-hmm.
others, they come after Dr. York. Dr. York was the first one with the Indian black fiction that he produced, all the paperwork, wars, and all that stuff. Really, all these peoples are product of Dr. York's science fiction. And and,
But
and, and
was
do
he
y'all know
before?
someone earlier?
Was he be, was he before the Empress Verdianci and all of them people? I don't know who came
I
first.
don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if he was before the Empress. They might have been around similar time.
Yeah.
Excuse me for a second. Check out my post on the Jumbotron.
What you got, Leon, man? What
There's your
is
other
this?
space.
There's another
This
space
shit
going on.
wild, Billy.
Oh, that's to do. Instead of coming in here and defending themselves, they got 5 people in the space talking about did Freedman come off a boat? Like, see, this is what I'm talking about. Nobody cares about that. They got 5 people listening to that, man.
But
Nobody
I
cares
mean,
about that.
for me, like being an ally of Freedmen, since I'm the child of immigrants, other things that I know, as a scholar of history, if you can't tell, other things that I know is that the only reason why I'm allowed to exist in this space is because of the advocacy of the civil rights movement during 1961 around
Mm-hmm.
immigration, right? And a
Mm-hmm.
lot of people don't want to open up with that and lead with that first. That I'm allowed to be the first generation, son of black immigrants because Freedmen fought and said you're not going to bring your discriminatory politics to immigration, right? Um, but with that said, as an ally, it takes up bandwidth that you all should be using to organize around other causes. That if you can't even agree on who you are, it's distracting because basically you're like if you have white allies, right? Your white allies are going to look for you for leadership and direction around what you want to be called, what's politically correct. And this is confusional noise when you try to get white allies, Black immigrant allies, when you're trying to define who you are and develop a sense of self-determination. This is a distraction. And if you don't deal with this now, it's going to be a problem in the future because it's going to hurt the credibility of your cause. It's going to hurt the cohesiveness of your cause, right? In terms of Jews who disagree with the treatment of Palestine, they're not anti-Israel though, right? They still believe in, a free Israeli state in a sense. Like there's this consistency in messaging across the Jewish diaspora. And they can disagree internally about politics, but they're like marching to the beat of the same drum in terms of having a home state, home country, all that good stuff, right? Some of its foundations might be questionable, but we're not going to get into that. All that's history. But what you can appreciate is the consistency, right? So in a sense, this is an exercise in marketing and communication. Because when I walk into some of these spaces and I see that element here that feels a little hotepish, it's like, oh, like this movement has a little bit more work to do to consolidate its messaging, to consolidate its brand, to consolidate its image. Like we know that the goal is reparations and that we know that the goal is to elevate historical facts in terms of what happened during Reconstruction, during Jim Crow, what happened during the war on drugs, what happened during chattel slavery itself. And to say that there is a financial number attached to that, there's recompense attached to that, right? And with that goal, if someone is saying that you guys were indigenous to the Americas, and myself included since I'm a descendant of slaves, but not necessarily indigenous to the continental land, I guess in my case, Caribbean, right? Like there are Black Caribbeans before Columbus came, would be the equivalent, right? If you're saying that we're indigenous here, then why would the UK, France, Spain, and Portugal owe me reparations? Because that's like saying they didn't bring my ancestors over, they found me here, right? And that's not the case. That's not what the history shows, right? So if I walk into the United Nations with 100 advocates and 20 advocates are going to break off and say we're indigenous to this land, we're going to get laughed out of the United Nations. That's why you got to clean this up now.
You might get laughed out anyway, but I appreciate what you're saying, and I really do appreciate all that you said in this space, and for real. And that's why we're doing this space right now, because we see the fracturing of the messaging. And as leaders in this space and people who are responsible for the resurrection of the freedmen proclaiming their status and moving politically as freedmen, we have an obligation and responsibility and a duty to make sure the messaging is right. And so it's our job. We can't just start this reaction and then not say, okay, we see the problematic issues that are going on and not address it. We have to hold spaces like this. We have to do our YouTube platforms like this. We have to write articles like we've been writing. We have to do this work because we knew, like, we didn't do this and not know what was going to happen, right? We know that a lot of the problems that we see now were going to be a reaction to what we caused. And so with us reemerging this Freedman energy, we have to deal with the effects of it. And so educational spaces like this are necessary so that the people can get a public understanding of what we're doing, and that any listener can also say, okay, there are those who know what's going on and they are doing their duty to get their particular group on the same page. That's our goal. And that's what our agenda is with groups and spaces like this, is to, we understand it's going to happen because of Afro-centered teachings. We have a lot of reasons why mission drift has happened. And what we have to do is get people back on the course. And that only happens through this type of work that we're doing now. We have to have these conversations. They may not always be pleasant, but they are always necessary. And so the cream will rise to the top. And so, Michelangelo, I appreciate what you said. Ty Harper, what you got?
Hey, hey, peace, brother Logic, brother Josh, my dude,
Peace,
brother
Ty.
Ali, sister Raj, brother Abba, all of my freedmen sisters and brothers. I just want to know what I really don't understand about this whole pretendian nonsense, and that's what I call it, pretendians, is that they're claiming that we're here, okay, and there were 4 million of us here after the 13th Amendment. Where did we all come from? I'm like, you guys have heard of the slave breeding farms, right? You have heard of the term motherfucker, and you know where that came from, right? We were bred like cattle. Number two, they keep coming with this
Facts.
same fact. They keep coming with this same nonsense about, oh, we need to be attached to the land. I'm like, we are native Black Americans, okay? Most of us are 8th or 9th generation that are alive right now. You couldn't be more attached to the land if you tried. While we were in the country, there were basically 3 races in this country: black, white, and red, as in the Native Americans that were here. I don't understand the whole argument about you need to be attached to the land when they stole millions of acres from our black farmers. They stole money from us in our Freedmen's Bank. And every time we put something up, they use the same racist memes and stereotypes that have been started since we first got here. And they're moving it on to time. Wash, rinse, repeat. I don't know where they get this nonsense about we need to be attached to the land. We are American citizens by the 14th Amendment. It was written for us, nobody else. Everybody's trying to shoehorn into it, but we already know the truth on that. I don't understand their logic. I don't understand what they're trying to do, and I don't understand why they claim this is new information. When Brother Michelangelo out here, he just showed us that, hey, this is not new information. This is information that's been out there if you bother to do the thorough research, like we always do as United Sons and Daughters of Freedmen. We don't put anything out, agree with anything, or say anything until we researched it down to the very first pen to paper where the data came from. So if you're going to come out and you're going to claim that, you really have to be able to tie together into us and not just say, "Oh, you just don't want to understand the truth. You're just self-hating. You're ignorant because you don't want to do the research." I've done the research. None of what you're saying makes sense. None of what you're saying is true. And if you're trying to do it for political game, it makes even less sense because there are native freedmen who were enslaved by the 5 civilized native tribes. Okay? So they're freedmen also. They're Chickasaw freedmen, they're Cherokee freedmen, they're Seminole freedmen. So I really don't understand what Big Chief Buffalo Wing, also known as Dane Calloway, is trying to accomplish. I really don't. That's all I got to say, bro. I'm going to land my plane there.
No doubt, no doubt, no doubt. Man, we've been on this joint for a minute, man. And I'm going to go ahead and end this joint, man. I appreciate everybody's contributions, everybody who tuned in. Share the space, it's recorded. And if anyone's not familiar with what Ty Harper was talking about, I'll put in the Jumbotron. It's a great book, a great easy read. It's called A History of the Slave Breeding Industry in the United States. Check that book out, family. It's in the Jumbotron again. And again, I appreciate everybody for coming out, contributing their thoughts and ideas. And the next Twitter space we're going to do is going to be on immigration. And so I hope everybody tunes in for that one. That's going to be a good one as well. We had to do this necessary space today. I'm pretty sure, like we've done programs in the past. The YouTube programs we did on it are also in the Jumbotron. Please check those joints out. We put up lots of information, lots of sources, lots of evidence on there. Please check those YouTube programs out. But we've been on here for hours and it is time to go, family. And so I appreciate every one of you for coming out, each and every one of you. And I know some people are mad. I got some dude who's mad. I kicked him off the stage. He's calling me a bitch in the DM, but I still appreciate him too. So everybody, y'all have a great rest of your night. Right. And each and every one of you try to do something amazing, family, man. Do something amazing, learn something amazing, and try to help somebody in your day-to-day activities. And with that, I always say, Nyhiem has his saying, I have mine. I say government is the game and politics is how it's played, family.